Word Journal.
Nice shot.
We head to the shallow waters of Lake Champlain for some exciting bow fishing action and a close-up look at some prehistoric fish.
Then we set sail with the Lake Champlain Yacht Club and experience why sailing has captivated people for centuries.
Outdoor Journal's new season premieres Tuesday at 7:30.
Support for programming on Vermont Public Television has been provided in part by your New England Toyota dealer, offering fuel-efficient people movers with available all-wheel drive like the Toyota Sienna minivan. Ask someone you know who drives one. Programs on Vermont Public Television are also supported by contributing members like you. Broadcast of this program on Vermont Public Television is funded in part by Chittenden. For over 100 years, the people at Chittenden have delivered a range of financial services. Like you, the people at Chittenden don't mind working to find solutions. This program is also supported by contributing members like you.
Welcome to the future. PBS Digital.
Authority.
Shut up.
Stay tuned for more Texas Ranch House.
Next on most PBS stations.
They killed and killed and killed for hours.
The Alamo, a legendary story of heroes. But in the shadows of the legend, find the real story. The story kept from history until now.
The Alamo is seen as Anglo versus Mexican.
Can a Mexican be a Texan hero?
Remember the Alamo on American Experience. Next on most PBS stations.
Coming up on Texas Ranch House.
How come you won't do it?
Huh?
How come you won't do it?
I will.
Tensions build.
3 times a day, baby.
Resentments grow.
I got a calibrated eyeball, buddy.
I hate staying.
And Mr. Cook is forced to make a critical decision.
As I observed today, things got a little out of hand.
He hit me like this.
You're dealing with 6 type A personalities. Some guys are just not used to taking any orders at all.
Stay tuned for the good, the bad, and the Colonel on Texas Ranch House.
Like a colonel in the army.
Texas Ranch House is available on DVD for $49.99 plus shipping. To order, call 1-800-336-1917 or write to the address on your screen.
This PBS show will return in a moment.
Hi, I'm Mark Wahlberg. Join me on our search for America's hidden treasures.
Right now, this stuff is red hot.
This is the first labeled Oliver Coffin basket that I've seen.
Oh my God, that's a surprise.
Really?
You are kidding.
Oh my God.
Don't miss these treasures and much more on Antiques Roadshow from Providence.
There is a place deep in the heart of the Pacific. A place where adventure is born. Jean-Michel Cousteau's Ocean Adventures.
We now return to
Broadcast of this program on Vermont Public Television is funded in part by Chittenden. For over 100 years, the people at Chittenden have delivered a range of financial services. Like you, the people at Chittenden don't mind working to find solutions. This program is also supported by contributing members like you.
splendor of Versailles to the squalor of a prison cell. The story of Marie Antoinette.
This is really the story of a woman who has to grow up very fast. And the more awful life gets for her, the more steely she is.
Marie Antoinette, the last queen of France. Next.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
The accused may be seated. Your name, age, position, place of birth.
My name is Marie Antoinette of Lorraine and Austria. Age, almost 38. Widow of the King of France. Born in Vienna.
A year after the revolution swept her from her throne, Marie Antoinette stood on trial for her life. Accused of crimes against the French Republic and appalling sexual practices as well. She was nearing 38, but she appeared far older than her years. There remained barely a trace of the lovely, carefree Austrian princess who became the French queen while she was still a teenager. One admirer said, "Surely never lighted on this orb a more delightful vision." Renowned for her charm and grace, she devoted herself to the pursuit of pleasure, never troubling to ask who was paying for the luxuries she took for granted.
She's so dazzling, she's so full of charisma that the debate about Marie Antoinette was, you know, is she a cutie pie or is she a monster? You know, is she a virgin or is she a whore? Is she a dimwit or is she a, you know, desperado, Machiavellian desperado?
Elle a été un bouc émissaire. Marie-Antoinette n'a jamais dit « s'ils n'ont pas de pain, qu'ils mangent de la brioche ». C'est purement imaginaire. Marie-Antoinette ignorait tout de la condition du peuple.
Elle est emportée par l'histoire, sans comprendre ce qui arrive. Elle vit l'histoire comme une tragédienne.
She was an ordinary human being in extraordinary circumstances. Her destiny was to be married to the King of France at a most crucial moment in France's history, and to be blamed for a great many of the ills, but out of it she did forge a completely different character.
Tribulation first makes you realize who you are.
Marie Antoinette grew up at the Habsburg court in Vienna. Born to a life of unimaginable wealth and unquestioned privilege. Austria was a great empire spread across the center of Europe, and her mother was its ruler. The Empress Maria Theresa was renowned for her iron will and her formidable armies. She would have led her soldiers into battle herself, she once said, if she hadn't been perpetually pregnant.
Imagine having 16 children. She would read the state papers throughout the labor, dropping them when things got to a critical stage. Strong, coped with adversity, but she was the mother from hell.
On November 2nd, 1755, the Empress gave birth to her 15th child, Maria Antonia Josepha Joanna. Everyone called her Antoine. Coddled and pampered, Marie Antoinette always remembered her childhood fondly, the youngest girl in a great brood of children.
Marie Antoinette was light-hearted, enjoying music, dancing, all those kind of things. Very affectionate, but not a very deep character. Maria Theresa neglected her, thinking she was never going to come to very much. She thought Marie Antoinette was rather sweet, but uninteresting.
She learned to play the harpsichord and dance, and how to comport herself at court, but not much more. She hated reading, had difficulty writing, showed no interest in geography or history. She is more intelligent than has been generally supposed, one of her tutors said. Unfortunately, she has not been trained to concentrate in any way, though I feel that it is well within her power to do so. While her mother ruled, her father occupied a purely ceremonial position. He delighted in being alone with his family in their private apartments, where court etiquette could be forgotten. His death when Marie Antoinette was 9 dealt the Empress a devastating blow. For the rest of her life, Maria Theresa wore widow's black. Her grave demeanor grew graver still, inspiring in her children respect and fear. Marie Antoinette quickly learned that her first duty was to Austria.
L'impératrice Marie-Thérèse est avant tout une femme chef d'État. Et comme c'est une femme chef d'État, elle gouverne tout. L'impératrice se conduit avec sa fille toujours en chef d'État, plus qu'en mère affectionnée.
The Empress used her daughters as pawns in a game of high-stakes diplomacy, building alliances by marrying them to the rulers of Europe. They are born, she said, to obey. When she wanted to cement a precarious alliance with France, Austria's centuries-old antagonist, she commanded Marie Antoinette to marry the heir to the French throne.
At that time, France and Austria were enemies, and the marriage between Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI was an attempt to erase that past.
On April 21st, 1770, Marie Antoinette said goodbye to Austria forever. She was just 14 as she set out to conquer the French court, armed only with her charms and the instructions of her mother.
Farewell, my dearest child. A great distance will separate us. Do so much good to the French people that they can say that I have sent them an angel.
Two weeks later, on an uninhabited island in the middle of the Rhine, Marie Antoinette was handed over to France in a solemn, allegorical ritual. While French and Austrian courtiers looked on, the princess removed all her Austrian-made garments. Nothing of her Austrian childhood would be left to her, not so much as a sentimental brooch or a favorite ring. She was to be French now, apparelled in the finest French jewels, silks, and petticoats. At stake was a tenuous political alliance and the peace of Europe itself. Saying goodbye to her Austrian attendants, the teenager burst into tears.
C'est une jeune personne innocente qui s'en va pour épouser en fait le plus beau parti d'Europe. On lui a décrit la cour de Versailles comme une véritable féerie. Elle va être extrêmement déçue. Elle ne sait pas du tout ce qui l'attend.
Marie Antoinette married Louis Auguste de Bourbon on May 16, 1770, in the royal chapel of the storied palace of Versailles. As the heir to the French throne slipped a golden ring on his bride's fourth finger, one observer noted that his hands were trembling. Like his bride, Louis was also a teenager, just 15. Shy, introverted, the future Louis XVI appeared to have neither the disposition nor the resolve to rule.
Louis n'est pas du tout le prince charmant qu'elle avait pu imaginer. Et pour aggraver encore la situation, qu'on l'a élevé dans l'horreur de l'alliance avec l'Autriche, et tout ce qui touche à cette alliance lui déplaît. Elle rencontre un garçon qui ne connaît pas les femmes et tout ce qui touche au sexe lui fait peur. Il n'a pas du tout envie de se marier. Il va falloir toucher cette jeune fille, il va falloir coucher avec elle, et c'est absolument au-dessus de ses forces. Et plus elle est charmante, plus elle lui fait peur.
The ceremony over, the royal family signed the marriage contract. When it was the bride's turn, she scrawled her name awkwardly across the page, leaving beside it a large, unsightly blob of ink. That evening, after a banquet supper, the two teenagers were led by the king himself to the bridal chamber. The groom on his left, the bride on his right, the courtiers trailing behind. The marriage bed was a very public place, and the court was entitled to know what went on there.
La sexualité n'est pas une affaire privée, personnelle, comme on pourrait le penser chez nous, mais une affaire publique. Dans les systèmes dynastiques, il faut absolument qu'il y ait des enfants pour succéder, pour garantir la stabilité politique. Elle doit donner des enfants à la France, au futur Louis XVI. Ça, c'est la mission qui est assignée à toutes les épouses royales.
The bed was blessed. The king handed the royal nightgown to his grandson. The bride was handed hers. Midnight tolled. The teenagers lay down beside one another. The king bowed down and kissed them both. The court withdrew. The royal couple was alone.
Then they are face to face and they don't know each other. And they are in complete panic. They have no idea what to do.
The next morning, the new bride looked out her windows at the splendor that was Versailles. Versailles was a monument to the glory of France and the absolute power of the king. Marie Antoinette was all at once thrust center stage, while a court, notorious for its endless stream of gossip and treacherous intrigues, took her measure. She was determined to please, and at first her youth and innocence won her many admirers. She beamed with freshness, her lady-in-waiting wrote. Her walk partook at once of the dignity of the Habsburgs and the grace of the French. Here at Versailles, Marie Antoinette expected to spend the rest of her life.
Royals didn't have much sense of the larger world in their countries. Their lives were incredibly restricted geographically. Do you know Marie Antoinette never saw the sea in her whole lifetime?
Marie Antoinette never saw the real France, and never wanted to. Insulated from the bleak lives of the peasants in the countryside and the workers in the city, she lived in a kind of fantasy world, cut off from the life of France itself. Untroubled by the inequality and injustice that had been, for centuries, at the very heart of French society. Marie Antoinette stood at the pinnacle of an aristocratic hierarchy, an unreflecting child of a privileged class. Her role was to bear an heir to the throne. But something was wrong in the bedroom, and all Versailles was talking. Nothing, Louis wrote in his private diary. Nothing had happened that first night, or the night after, or the one after that. In spite of Marie Antoinette's evident attractions, young Louis fell asleep.
Il ne s'est rien passé. Et on savait qu'il ne se passait rien. De quelle façon? C'était très simple. Le roi était averti. C'était une affaire d'État.
The king himself has told me, wrote an Austrian prince, that the young heir has barely been attentive to her, and that the first nights passed without any interesting event. The old king was not worried about his grandson. He must, he said, be let be. But Maria Theresa, who was fully informed, badgered her daughter with advice.
I cannot repeat it enough. Never be bad-tempered about it. Use caresses, cajolings, but without too much urgency. That would spoil everything.
In spite of the problems in the marriage bed, the young princess quickly won the favor of the old king. Her delight in music was just one of her charms. Louis XV was enchanted with her, her first lady wrote. All his conversation was about her grace and vivacity.
C'est une jeune femme qui est très séduisante, très gaie aussi. D'un côté, elle est appréciée, notamment par sa grâce, par sa beauté. Mais d'un autre côté, elle est immédiatement attaquée. Parce qu'elle est autrichienne, hein, simplement.
From the beginning, she was like the emblem of hostility. And I don't think she was aware of that, but I'm sure she could feel, she could sense that hostility.
A hostage to politics, a failure in the marriage bed. The Austrian teenager was homesick, as she struggled to adjust to the elaborate rituals of the French court.
Madame, my very dear mother, I have not received one of your dear letters without having the tears come to my eyes. I still ardently wish I could see my dear and very dear family for at least a moment.
One of Marie Antoinette's surprises when she arrived in Versailles was that there was not one single time in her life where she could be alone. And it started from the first moment when she opened her eyes in the morning. It was like an open stage. And I think that that constant pressure was very difficult to live with.
They call on me in my chamber. Anyone can come, as long as they belong to the court. I put on my rouge and wash my hands in front of everyone.
La tradition en France veut que la reine ait une vie totalement publique. Marie-Antoinette a l'habitude de faire un petit peu ce qu'elle veut, puis elle a, il faut le dire, elle a envie de jouer. C'est une jeune princesse d'une quinzaine d'années, elle veut jouer, et l'étiquette de cour est extrêmement rigide.
She doesn't want to listen to les tantes, her aunts, who define royal ceremony at Versailles. She collects a group of, you know, chuckly sort of high school valley girl friends around her, really, who say, yes, don't listen to the, you know, boring old crones.
The teenager refused to take the tedious court rituals seriously, mocked those who did, and provoked her mother to dispatch one admonishing letter after another by courier from Vienna.
Do not let yourself go to making fun of others. At your age, the world forgives many frivolities and childish acts. But as time passes, you yourself will suffer from them.
You must trust me very little to believe that I am so unreasonable as to amuse myself and neglect those I must honor.
Do try to get your head stocked with good reading. You need it more than almost anyone.
My greatest happiness consists in pleasing you. I'm so desperately sorry that you believe what people tell you.
Making people like us is a talent which you have mastered so perfectly. Do not lose it by neglecting your kind heart, your frankness, your amiability. You owe it neither to your beauty, which in fact is not so great, nor to your talents or culture. You know very well you have neither.
Maria Theresa knew every detail of her daughter's behavior, from reports from Marie Antoinette's confidential advisor, the Austrian diplomat Count Mercy. Marie Antoinette never imagined that her trusted counselor was also her mother's spy. Mercy's network of informants even included the princess's own servants, who brought him news of everything. News from the royal bedroom was not good. Months after their wedding night, the young couple still had not consummated their marriage. "I find my wife charming," Louis told the king. "I love her, but I still need a little time to overcome my timidity." A year later, nothing had happened. 2 years went by. 3, 4, still nothing.
Incredible to think about it. He had some extraordinary sexual problem. And I think in the end it was psychological, but many people have thought there was a physical problem. And he absolutely declined to consummate the marriage.
Tongues at court were wagging. If Louis couldn't fulfill his duties in bed, the gossips wondered, could he fulfill his duties when he became king? On May 10th, 1774, all eyes at the palace were focused on a single candle burning in a courtyard window. Louis XV lay dying from smallpox. On the king's death, the candle would be extinguished. Forbidden to visit the sick man for fear of infection, the young heirs to the throne waited as the candle flickered in the night air and was snuffed out. Marie Antoinette and her husband threw themselves on their knees and prayed. "O God, guide us, protect us," they cried. "We are too young to reign." In the great cathedral at Reims on June 11th, 1775, while 19-year-old Marie Antoinette looked on, her 20-year-old husband was crowned King Louis XVI. The bells rang out the news. The people rejoiced. Sunshine set the stained glass windows aglow.
Ces jeunes gens incarnent un avenir qui est radieux. Ils jouissent d'une popularité extraordinaire. Ce sont des flots d'amour qui montent vers ce jeune couple.
The French people seemed to adore their new queen. Only the queen's mother was filled with foreboding.
I am greatly distressed. My daughter's fate will either be wholly splendid or extremely unfortunate. There is nothing to calm my apprehensions. She is so young, has never had any power of application, nor ever will have.
As Louis became king, rioters were taking to the streets of Paris, demanding cheap bread. Times were hard. A disastrous harvest had brought soaring prices for grain. The country was in debt. The people hoped their new king would make things better.
It's a very bad time at that particular moment. But the real problem for France is actually, it's saddled with an incredibly antiquated set of governing institutions. And to actually make them work, you need a genius king. Louis XVI seems to be a nice, decent, quite bright, very conscientious person who never really wanted to be king.
The king mainly wanted to be alone, and for him the court and the life of the court was painful, was always an effort. Being a king wasn't pleasurable for him.
Louis XVI was his wife's polar opposite. He was ponderous, awkward, irresolute. She was emotional, graceful, quick to make up her mind. He loved to read. She rarely opened a book. He had a royal passion for hunting, but he lacked majesty and authority. There is nothing haughty or regal in his bearing, a courtier observed. He gives the appearance of a peasant waddling along behind his plow. All eyes turn toward the Queen. She is grace itself when she moves, wrote one observer. They say she does not dance in time, but if so, it is certainly the time which is at fault.
Marie Antoinette and her husband lived two different lives. He was mainly a man of the day, and he would go to bed early and get up early. And Marie Antoinette loved the night.
The king was devoted to his wife and let her have her own way. Now that she was queen, she threw herself into a hectic round of pleasure.
My tastes do not accord with the king's. He is only interested in hunting and in metalworking. I should not look particularly well standing beside a forge.
While her husband was sleeping, she was relishing the pleasures of Paris. The opera, the theater, the masked balls. She gambled recklessly, piling up debts that her husband quietly paid. She spent freely on luxurious dresses and wore her hair piled 3 feet high, adorning it with feathers and ribbons in the outlandish fashion of the day.
It is really like someone who's come from a sort of Austrian backwater and has suddenly, whoa, sort of walked onto Madison Avenue, you know, really. There is no place where the dresses are more gorgeous. She's a kid, you know, she's got a credit card with no limit, really.
Maria Theresa was made aware of everything and dispatched from Vienna a barrage of stinging criticism.
I have news that you have been buying bracelets, and that you have thrown your finances into disorder, and have heaped up a burden of debt. It is well to be in the fashion, but a good-looking queen endowed with charm, simplicity of attire, is more suitable to exalted rank. A queen only degrades herself. Do not forfeit the good name you acquired to begin with. I, who love my little queen and watch her every footstep, cannot hesitate to warn her of her frivolousness.
Her mother is constantly saying, you know, my airhead daughter, the shopaholic, you know, stop it. You know, there are riots going on. You can't sort of, you know, really diamondomania must stop now.
What does my mother want? I'm terrified of being bored. I must have some distraction, and I can find it only in increased amusements.
Once, with a sad and thoughtful look,
Vermont Public Television is supported in part by the Rehab Gym in Williston, a specialty gym where physical therapy and athletic training come together in injury prevention, wellness, and rehabilitation. Bodies in motion stay in motion. Information online. Funding for this program is also provided by contributing members like you.
Viewer supported statewide. Vermont Public Television.
I'm Peter Burley. Fresh water is a special and limited resource. Fortunately, nature continuously recycles water through evaporation and rainfall. To give nature a chance to maintain a sustainable supply of fresh water, we need to treat it as the special substance that it is. Half of what we use in our homes flushes toilets or goes through the washing machine. But 14% never gets used at all. It leaks. That's according to the EPA. We can help our planet sustain life that doesn't drink from a pipe by fixing those leaky faucets and using water-efficient appliances.
Welcome to VPT&U. Election season means getting out to vote, but it also offers an opportunity to get more involved in your community by filling one of the many elected or appointed town positions. In Vermont, nearly 5,000 volunteer municipal officials devote their free time to everything from issuing permits to sitting on zoning and conservation commissions. If you're interested in participating, contact your local town clerk. And remember that the last day to register to vote is Monday, October 30th. As always, VPT will be providing election coverage, including candidate profiles, and on November 5th, our signature election event, the Super Sunday Debates, where candidates on all the major ballots are invited to go head-to-head one last time. So this political season, plan on formally participating in local affairs as well as voting on Election Day. For information on how to do both, simply link up at vpt.org. For VPT and You, I'm John King.
Broadcast support for NOVA is provided in part by Vermont Yankee, providing for over one-third of Vermont's total electric energy needs. By the Fuel and Utility Systems Division of Goodrich Corporation in Virgins, a significant contributor to education in Vermont for more than 50 years. The Bryan Memorial Gallery in Jeffersonville since 1984, exhibiting artists inspired by the Vermont landscape that gratifies its visitors in every season. This program is also supported by contributing members like you.
Welcome to the future. PBS Digital.
Google is proud to support NOVA in the search for knowledge. Google.
Major funding for NOVA is provided by the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, serving society through biomedical research and science education, HHMI.
And by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
For American history. A lovely interlude. Jefferson had never met a woman quite like Abigail Adams. She can move in loans to keep the American army from collapse. He'd written the Constitution of the state of Massachusetts, which became the foundation for the national Constitution. He had helped negotiate peace with Britain, been the first Vice President of the United States and its second President. And through it all, he had had by his side an extraordinary woman who became his most valued political advisor and confidant.
Abigail Adams was one of the most remarkable, admirable, wise Americans of all time. She was phenomenal. She was a better judge of people than he was. She was a much more insightful politician, if you will. She adored him, and he adored her. Plato. It's a great love story, and it's all in their letters.
My dear girl, there is in the Congress a collection of the greatest men upon this continent.
The constant roar of the cannon is so distressing that we cannot eat, drink, or sleep.
Vanity suffers. Cold feelings of unpopularity, humiliation.
Dearest friend, I sat down with a heavy heart to write to you. Woe follows woe. And one
Dear Miss Saucy, I hereby order you to give me as many kisses and as many hours of your company as I shall please to demand.
Sustained by one of the greatest partnerships in American history, John Adams had earned a place of honor among the Founding Fathers. But the aging, angry former president had good reason to believe that history would not rightly remember his role in the birth of the American nation.
American Experience is made possible by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation to enhance public understanding of the role of technology. The foundation also seeks to portray the lives of the men and women engaged in scientific and technological pursuit.
Imagine what the world would be like if everyone did the right thing. Responsibility. What's your policy?
At the Scotts Company, we help make gardens more beautiful, lawns greener, trees taller, there's a better business to be in, please let us know.
Major funding for this program provided by the National Endowment for the Humanities. Additional funding provided by the Arthur Vining Davis Foundations, American Playhouse, and by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and viewers like you. Thank you.
In 1774, the British Army shut down the port of Boston, strangling trade. Punishing colonists who'd thrown British tea into the harbor to protest high taxes. 4 regiments of British soldiers poured into the city, joining the hated 2,000 redcoats already patrolling the unruly streets. South of Boston, in Braintree, John Adams prepared for a momentous journey. He had been chosen to join a Continental Congress in Philadelphia, a meeting of the colony's leading statesmen, to seek a solution to the increasingly violent conflict with Britain. Adams, the son of a farmer, was 38 years old. He had a passion for history and philosophy, had studied at Harvard, and built up the biggest law practice in Boston, taking on some of the most controversial cases of the day. 29-year-old Abigail Adams faced the bleak prospect of months without her husband, but she believed he had an important role to play in shaping America's future.
She spotted him before anybody. She saw the talent, and she wasn't afraid to speak her mind.
You cannot be, nor do I wish to see you, an inactive spectator. You have too many high-sounding words and too few actions that correspond with them.
Promising Abigail he would soon return to private life, John Adams joined 3 other members of the Massachusetts delegation for the trip to Philadelphia.
He goes off to Pennsylvania, nearly 400 miles to get to Congress, and he was participating in something that could very well be considered treasonous. He leaves her with 4 children and the farm, and she's got to make ends meet.
The great anxiety I feel for my country, for you, and for our family renders the day tedious and the night unpleasant. And the great distance between us makes the time appear very long to me. The rocks and quicksands appear upon every side.
Colonial militia units, the seeds of an American army, were beginning to drill in the towns around Boston.
Did ever any kingdom or state regain its liberty when once it was invaded without bloodshed? I cannot think of it without horror.
John Adams had always been a man at war with himself, a man of restless ambition and deep self-doubt. Now, in Philadelphia, it was self-doubt that consumed him.
He has virtually no political experience. He was overweight, he was already balding. He just didn't see himself as somebody who would become a leader.
I muse, I mope, I ruminate. I feel unutterable anxiety. unequal to this business.
As delegates convened in Carpenter's Hall that September day, the American colonies were on the brink of war with the most powerful nation on earth. Struggles with Parliament had dragged on for years. Adams knew this was the decisive moment, but he feared he was not up to the task.
Do you have what it takes? Are you learned enough? And he's worried about that. He's pushing himself, asking himself that question.
There is in the Congress a collection of the greatest men upon this continent in abilities, virtues, and fortunes. It makes me blush for the sordid, venal herd which I have seen in my own province.
May I have order, please?
He was awed by them at first,
I have the honor of...
but it didn't take long for him to become impatient with some of his fellow delegates.
I will be bold to affirm.
He had a great mind, and it was a mind capable of seeing ahead to a degree not found in most of us mortals.
Adams saw, long before many of the other delegates, that there had to be a break with Britain.
Gentlemen, the object is great which we have in view, and we must expect a great expense of blood to obtain it. But it cannot be purchased at too dear a rate, as there is nothing on this side of Jerusalem of equal importance to mankind.
His confidence in what is possible for America, and also his confidence in what's possible for John Adams, begins to grow. And I think he begins to see that the sky is the limit.
About 8 o'clock Sunday evening, there passed by here about 200 of our men and marched down to the powder house.
Abigail became the home front reporter for her husband. The British were fortifying Boston, she wrote, and seizing arms from the Americans. Local militias began hiding their ammunition. Soon, they would occupy the highest of the three hills opposite the city, Bunker Hill.
The militia passed without any noise, not a word among them, till they came against this house. They asked me if I wanted any powder, and I replied not, since it was in good hands.
It was an active political role she would continue for much of her life. And there were other letters, more personal, which John described as an inexhaustible dowry, enriching his life.
I have taken a great fondness for reading ancient history since you left me. And I have persuaded Johnny to read me a page or two every day.
7-year-old John Quincy was the second of the Adamses' 4 children. Young Abigail, called Nabby, was 9. And there were 2 small boys, Charles and Thomas.
Obtaining.
With war looming, most schools were closed. Abigail had to see to their education herself. She also ran the household and the farm, and managed their meager finances.
At the end of a long day, which would begin for her at about 5 o'clock in the morning, in a house that upstairs is so cold that water freezes in the little wash basin, she sits down at her kitchen table with a quill pen and a candle and writes some of the greatest letters ever written by an American.
I dare not express to you, at 300 miles, how ardently I long for your return. The idea plays about my heart and awakens all the tender sentiments that years have increased and matured.
She didn't ask him to come home, but she did tell him time and again how lonely she was without him.
Abigail urged John to burn her letters. He never did.
Your most affectionate friend, Abigail Adams.
Early on the morning of June 17th, 1775, Abigail and the children, asleep in Braintree, were awakened by the thunder of cannon from across Boston Harbor. American militia on Bunker Hill had been attacked by British troops. There'd been skirmishes with the British at Lexington and Concord in April, but this was the first all-out battle.
How many have fallen, we know not. The constant roar of the cannon is so distressing that we cannot eat, drink, or sleep. Perhaps the decisive day is come, on which the fate of America depends.
In Philadelphia, Abigail's reports from the front kept John supplied with the most up-to-date information and heightened his belief that a formal break with Britain was essential. The colonies should prepare for full-scale war.
Adams is engaged in debate and in committee meetings in an extraordinarily intensive way. He is essentially the major legislator and the one-man Secretary of War, maddeningly telling people that there's not going to be a middle position here, folks. It's going to go one way or the other. And it is something that is called out of him. His own latent talent, his own latent energies is called out of him by the urgency of the moment. These really were the times that try men's souls.
Adams was the first to support George Washington as commander of the American forces. He was pushing for new governments for each colony and even drafted a guide for constitution writers.
The two most important people in moving the American Revolution forward are George Washington and John Adams. Washington, because he's appointed as head of what will soon come to be called the Continental Army. And Adams is the major figure in the Congress.
But the Congress was sharply divided. Adams led a small radical faction. Most delegates still favored reconciliation with Britain.
There were no unanimous votes. They were divided votes on almost every question. They were essentially improvising on the edge of catastrophe.
John Dickinson of Pennsylvania believed that independence was suicidal folly. He pushed for reconciliation with the British crown. Adams would not hear of it.
I'm as fond of reconciliation as any man, but the cancer is too far spread to be cured by anything short of cutting it out entirely.
The cancer was British corruption, British arrogance. Adams believed that London cared nothing for American rights. He saw a once great nation now obsessed with luxury and wealth, hungry for ever higher taxes from its colonies.
They are taskmasters, bent on reducing the colonists to desolation, poverty, and servitude. There is no more justice left in Britain than there is in hell.
In a private letter to a friend, Adams viciously mocked John Dickinson.
He is a man of great fortune and piddling genius, whose fame has been trumpeted so loudly, but who has given a silly cast to our whole doings.
The letter was intercepted by British agents and quickly made its way into Tory newspapers. Adams had managed to insult one of the Congress's most respected men. For weeks, he was ostracized.
I was avoided like a man infected with leprosy.
Adams has this perpetual habit of saying what he thinks bluntly and then getting in trouble for it and being shocked that he's getting in trouble for saying what he thinks bluntly. So he announces things about people. You know, well, that's stupid. Well, that's ridiculous. Well, I can't believe he did that. And then people report that he said that and he gets in trouble and he's continually outraged.
Will our ambassador be received or so much as heard or seen by any man or woman in power? He might possibly. If well skilled in intrigue and his purse is well filled with money and his person elegant enough, be introduced to some of the courtesans, but would not that be all?
Later, Adams would call his behavior in the Continental Congress obnoxious.
Obnoxious is a strong term. Notice Adams is using the term about himself. He is unpopular in the sense that he has been the major and the most fierce advocate for ultimate American independence with a group of people that need to be dragged kicking and screaming to that particular cause.
He was very much like a character out of Dickens. You would know him in a minute if he walked into the room.
Suppose we send ambassadors now to foreign courts. What nation shall we court? Shall we go to The court of Prussia or Russia or Turkey or Denmark?
He could be very abrasive and tactless and disputatious and opinionated and pugnacious. He was so honest, he expected other people to be honest, too.
Okay.
I sat down with a heavy heart to write to you. Woe follows woe, and one affliction treads upon the heel of another.
After a visit from her husband in the summer of 1775, too brief to be consoling, Abigail Adams faced a crisis, alone. Epidemic dysentery had struck Braintree, leaving a trail of death in its wake.
Such is the distress of the neighborhood that I can scarcely find a well person to assist me in looking after the sick. So mortal a time the oldest man does not remember. As to politics, I know nothing about them. I have wrote as much as I am able to, being very weak. Our little Tommy lies very ill now. Were you to look upon him, you would not know him. A general putrefaction seems to have taken place, and we cannot bear the house only as we are constantly cleansing it with hot vinegar.
Abigail's mother, too, was infected, and in early October, she died.
Have pity upon me. Have pity upon me, O thou my beloved, for the hand of God presseth me sore. How can I tell you, oh my bursting heart, that my dear mother has left me? This day, about 5 o'clock, she left this world for an infinitely better. I know I wound your heart. Ought I to give relief to my own by paining yours?
3-year-old Tommy survived. John came home in December, but by January of 1776, he was on his way back to Philadelphia. The Congress needed someone to draft a Declaration of Independence from Great Britain.
That is satisfactory, gentlemen. Any further questions? Good. We will meet again tomorrow.
Some members thought that Adams should be the writer. But he felt that Thomas Jefferson, a 33-year-old planter from Virginia, was a better choice.
Why?
Reasons enough.
What can be your reasons?
Reason first, you are a Virginian, and a Virginian ought to appear at the head of this business. Reason second, I am obnoxious, suspected, and unpopular. You are very much otherwise. Reason third, you can write 10 times better than I can.
John Adams declined, mostly, I think, because he felt that no one would ever remember the Declaration of Independence. Congress had already adopted a number of declarations, and nobody remembers that today. And Adams was certain that no one would remember the Declaration of Independence.
Jefferson was a Southerner, an aristocrat, a slaveholder, everything that Adams was not.
John Adams' favorite form of conversation was an argument. He thought that arguments were the only form of conversation that really forced you into truth and into grappling in a struggling way. He's the exact opposite of Jefferson. Jefferson regards argument as dissonant noise. It is almost like bad notes in a song. Whereas for Adams, it is the song.
Thomas Jefferson, writing with a simple eloquence that John Adams could never have achieved, crafted what would become the most memorable document in American history. In Braintree, Abigail and the children were enjoying a brief respite from war and illness. Tommy, now 4, had fully recovered. His 11-year-old sister, Nabby, had escaped infection. Washington's troops had managed to drive the British out of Boston. The farm was quiet. But Abigail was impatient for news from John and concerned about how women would be treated in the new American Republic.
And by the way, in the new code of laws, which I suppose it will be necessary for you to make, I desire you would remember the ladies and be more generous and favorable to them than your ancestors have been. Do not put such unlimited power into the hands of the husbands. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could.
It was the most bold statement by any woman of her time. She was aware that women had rights. She thought that women's role in the household was equally important with men's role in the greater world. And in fact, John wrote back and he teased her.
We know better than to repeal our masculine systems. Although they are in full force, you know they are little more than theory. We are obliged to go softly. And in practice, you know we are the subjects.
Tommy!
We only have the names of masters.
Come help Mommy.
This is banter. It's serious banter, however. What really comes through is that this is a political partnership as well as a marriage partnership, and that Abigail knows what is going on inside the Congress in Philadelphia and understands those arguments as well as any delegate does.
On July 1st, 1776, the Continental Congress faced the great question of the day. Should the colonies declare independence and abandon any hope for peace and reconciliation with Britain? With the doors locked against spies, the opposition spoke first. John Dickinson pleaded with the delegates not to make a terrible mistake.
Dickinson said to declare independence now would be to launch our fortunes into the storm in a skiff made of paper. Point being, this is just a piece of paper, this declaration, and don't do it now. It's too dangerous. Let's find out first whether we can win, or let's find out if they're willing to have a reconciliation. We don't have to go through the bloodbath.
A long silence followed Dickinson's address. Finally, John Adams took the floor.
Objects of the most stupendous magnitude are now before us. We are in the very midst of revolution, the most complete, unexpected, and remarkable of any in the history of the world.
Outside, the sky darkened. The clouds unleashed a summer downpour. Adams had once written that such storms unstrung him. Now, he pressed on, making the case for independence.
From England we hear nothing but war and revenge. What pains and expense and misery that stupid people will endure for the sake of driving the colonies to the necessity of separation.
The majority must govern, he argued, and the insolent domination of the highborn in London be thrown off.
The decree is gone forth and cannot be recalled that a more equal liberty than has prevailed in other parts of the earth must be established in America.
Independence was a military necessity. America could not win without foreign assistance, and it could not get foreign assistance without first declaring independence.
If you imagine that I expect this declaration to ward off calamities from this country, you are much mistaken. A bloody conflict we are destined to endure. That has been my opinion from the beginning. It is your hard lot and mine to have been called into life at such a time, but even these times have their pleasures. May heaven prosper the newborn republic and make it more glorious than any former republic has been.
country is most indebted for the great measure of independency is Mr. John Adams of Boston. One delegate wrote, "I call him the Atlas of American independence." With this speech, Adams put his life on the line. Agents of the Crown were drawing up a list of those rebels to be pardoned. John Adams was not on it. He was to hang.
My dear, I am anxious to hear how you do. I have in my mind a source of anxiety which I have never had before. You know what it is.
During the harsh winter of 1777, the American army struggled to survive. The British now occupied New York City and threatened New England. And Abigail was pregnant once again.
You must rest, madam.
John was eager for word of his wife's condition, but wary that yet another letter would be intercepted by the British.
Can't you convey to me in hieroglyphics, which no other person can comprehend, information which will relieve me? Tell me you are as well as can be expected.
Abigail wrote at first of a normal pregnancy, but by the spring, she was becoming increasingly apprehensive.
It was a great struggle for her. Being pregnant at a time when there was danger of British troops invading the very area where she lived, she was frightened. I think it's the only time in her letters that she expresses such vulnerability.
I lose my rest at nights. I look forward to July with more anxiety than I can describe.
As the birth approached, Abigail wrote of a nighttime shaking fit and fears that a life had been lost within her. A short time later, she went into labor.
She suspected that something had gone wrong, and she spent the evening writing a letter to John Adams.
'Tis now 48 hours since I can say I really enjoyed any ease. Slow, lingering, and troublesome is the present situation. The doctor encourages me to hope that my apprehensions are groundless. I pray heaven that it may be soon, or it seems to me I shall be worn out.
And the most remarkable thing happens, she writes, while she was in labor.
I must lay my pen down this moment to bear what I cannot fly from. And now I have endured it, I reassume my pen.
Abigail had been right. The child, a girl, was stillborn. A week later, she wrote again to John. She pointed out that in the 14 years that they'd been married, they'd been together not more than half that time.
The unfeeling world may consider it in what light they please. I consider it a sacrifice to my country and one of my greatest misfortunes.
In September, the advancing British Army closed on Washington's forces on the outskirts of Philadelphia. Adams and the others were forced to flee the city. Congress was booted from town to town, staying just ahead of the Redcoats.
The prospect is chilling on every side. When will the lights spring up?
In October, the Americans saw a glimmer of light at Saratoga, New York. The Continental Army defeated a British force that had marched south from Canada. Now, after 10 months, John Adams could take the time to come home to his family.
I think Abigail thought that they had worked out an agreement that John would come home to stay once independence was declared. And he hadn't done that. He had gone back to Congress, and now he had come home, presumably to practice law.
In December, while John was away on legal business, an official packet arrived at the farm. It was from Congress.
Adams is chosen for what they think is the most important single diplomatic mission possible, namely to negotiate an alliance with the French.
The revolution could not survive without money and military support from the French. Adams was to leave for Paris as soon as possible.
It was just a devastating moment for Abigail. I think she felt her world collapse around her when she saw that letter. And so an enormous clash develops, I think, between a wife who wants her husband at home and a husband who wants to continue the public role that he has set out for himself and which he sees as his future.
On the frigid evening of February 13th, 1778, John Adams secretly boarded a frigate bound for France. With him went 10-year-old John Quincy. Abigail had let him go, despite what she called her 1,000 fears. The experience would make her son an honor to his country, she wrote. But she could not bring herself to see them off.
Now, nobody went to sea in the wintertime off of the coast of New England in the North Atlantic, even in peacetime. And they're sailing not only in the midst of winter, but they're sailing in the midst of war. And there were British cruisers right off the shore just waiting to catch somebody like John Adams trying to make a run for France and take him to England, take him to the Tower of London, and hang him.
Adams and John Quincy endured a grueling 6-week voyage, fraught with fierce winter storms and a harrowing encounter with a British warship. Finally, they reached Paris. Before he could unpack, John received jolting news.
Monsieur. By the time Adams gets there, the French have already signed a treaty. So it was a totally unnecessary trip.
Even before Adams left Boston, Benjamin Franklin, already in Paris, had moved ahead without him.
And it must have been an enormous letdown. He had seen this as an opportunity to score a huge success, and the success had already been accomplished.
There was little for him to do in Paris, excruciating for a man with his ambition. He found a good boarding school for John Quincy, practiced his French, kept the books for the delegation. 6 months earlier, he had been the most important member of Congress. Now, he served as a virtual clerk.
I am now a man of whom nobody had ever heard before. A man who did not understand a word of French, awkward in his figure, awkward in his dress, a perfect cipher.
If Adams was a cipher in Paris, Franklin was a star.
If you ask the Frenchman who is an American, it is Benjamin Franklin. He is a world-class scientist. He is a famous writer. Adams is entering a kind of Franklin electromagnetic field, and he's jealous of him.
Adams was contemptuous of the alliance that Franklin had negotiated. The Americans needed the help of the French Navy. He urged Franklin to push the French much harder. Franklin refused.
Franklin recognizes that in order to get what we want from France, which is both money and military support, you've got to be deft and you've got to be indirect. And Adams just thinks, look, need the damn Navy over there. Let's get them over there.
Adams fired off a torrent of letters back to Congress, critical of Franklin. Franklin, too, took up his pen and deftly disposed of John Adams. Adams, he wrote in a widely circulated letter, is always an honest man, often a wise one, but sometimes, and in some things, absolutely out of his senses. Adams languished in Paris. After 10 months, Congress named Franklin the sole American representative to the French court. Adams was pushed aside.
How lonely are my days, how solitary are my nights, secluded from all society but my 2 little boys and my domestics.
Abigail!
Fed up with France, John Adams had decided to come home. He and John Quincy arrived on August 2nd, 1779. It had been a year and a half since Abigail had seen them. Abigail proudly showed John how well the farm had done under her care, despite wartime scarcities and inflation. New England was no longer the main battleground. Most of the fighting had shifted to the south. And though the outcome of the war was still very much in doubt, many of the states were holding constitutional conventions, preparing for self-government, much as John had urged a few years before.
And as soon as he gets back, the Massachusetts Constitutional Convention says, by the way, would you like to write the Constitution? And he said, I think I'll give it a go.
Abigail, here it is. This is the preamble. The aim of government is to furnish the individuals who compose the body politic with the power of enjoying in safety and tranquility their natural rights and the blessings of life.
He has no staff. He doesn't have a group of people doing research. It comes out of a mind that I think probably never forgot anything he read. It comes from talent, God-given gift. And it comes from a tremendous capacity to use the language and to cut through to the essence of things.
Adams knew from struggling with his own inner conflicts that there were powerful passions deep in the human soul, and that part of the role of government was to restrain those passions, to keep them in check.
It's an attempt to say you've got to balance and separate power. You can't allow it to be just power that flows forward in its own ferocious way.
The power Adams feared most was that of an American aristocracy.
He was attempting to devise a structure of government that would prevent the wealthiest, the most elite in American society from gaining control.
Adams called for a strong executive in the form of a governor with veto power, for 2 branches of the legislature, and an independent judiciary.
Adams was the driving champion of that. He must have an independent judiciary. The judiciary must be able to come to its decisions without the influence of politics or the power of the other segments of government.
And by late summer and early fall, he has written this document, which still is the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and is generally regarded as the model state constitution, the one that became the closest approximation of what the federal Constitution is going to be.
Abigail rejoiced in having the family back together. But in October, Congress called on Adams once again. He was asked to return to Paris to lay the groundwork for a peace treaty with Britain. And once again, he said yes. Abigail steeled herself for another separation. Her husband, and they had decided their two older sons, John Quincy and Charles, would be gone for God knows how long. Concealing her own anxiety, she encouraged a reluctant John Quincy to make the most of a difficult moment.
These are times in which a genius would wish to live. It is not in the still calm of life that great characters are formed. The habits of a vigorous mind are formed in contending with difficulties. Great necessities call out great virtues.
Adams knew the British were not yet ready to talk. The mission could take years. He had agreed to go without consulting Abigail.
Adams made the decision to go back to France because he was John Adams. I mean, he was an ambitious man, and what could be more outstanding than to be the sole negotiator of the peace treaty that would recognize American independence?
After John left, Abigail was in despair. At the age of 34, she felt as if she were widowed or divorced.
My habitation, how disconsolate it looks. My table, I set down to it, but cannot swallow my food.
John had spent only 71 days with his family. Back in Paris, Adams found his hands were tied once again. America's ally, France, was not willing to help him start peace talks with its age-old enemy, Britain. And the British rebuffed him completely. John Adams was beginning to see the limits of European alliances. He wrote to Congress.
I am convinced that all the powers of Europe rejoice in the American Revolution. Yet I think that not one of them wishes to see America rise very fast to power.
But in 1780, a fast rise to power seemed unlikely. The war had dragged on for 5 years. America was broke. There had been talk in Congress of seeking loans from Holland. Acting on his own, Adams packed up the boys and left for Amsterdam. Wealthy Dutch bankers, he hoped, could lend enough money to keep the American war effort alive.
He didn't speak a word of Dutch. He didn't know anyone in the Netherlands. He's going in there as cold as one could be.
And he worked, and he worked. And he tried to open every door. He courted people in Holland. He did everything that he could possibly do.
Adams drove himself to exhaustion, but had little success. After more than a year, he wrote that his life in Holland had become gloomy and melancholy, his work useless. Then, in the fall of 1781, Washington's army rallied, delivering a crippling blow to the mighty forces of the British king at Yorktown, Virginia.
My dearest friend, America may boast that she has accomplished what no power before her ever did. Captured 2 of their celebrated generals, and each with an army of thousands of veteran troops to support them. This event must fill Britain with despondency.
A fleet of French ships had made the decisive difference, helping the Americans to surround the British. It was sweet vindication for John Adams, who had battled for years to get the French Navy into the fight. The victory gave Adams new leverage in Amsterdam. If the Dutch wanted to be aligned with the winning side, the time to loan money to the Americans was now.
He gets the Dutch government to loan our country millions of dollars, one of the most important diplomatic coups of all time. And he did it on his own.
If this were to be the only action of my life, it would have been well spent. I hope, however, you will pardon the vanity.
With support from the Dutch, the American military could keep the pressure on the British. Soon, there were signs that London might be ready to negotiate. Adams returned to France, where preliminary British-American peace talks were underway. After months of delicate negotiations, John Adams, along with Benjamin Franklin, put his signature on a treaty that was a diplomatic triumph for the United States. The American Revolution was over. A new nation was born. Adams stayed in Europe to firm up relations with other countries, including England. He had never before set foot in the land of his former enemies, and found himself enthralled by the wonders of London.
I have this day seen an inestimable collection of paintings by the greatest masters, Raphael, Rubens, Van Dyck. The library is the most elegant thing I ever saw. Come to Europe with Nabby as soon as possible and view these magnificent scenes.
But there was a farm to run. Europe was too expensive. She would feel awkward, an embarrassment to John.
She was nervous about going to Europe because she was a mere American going onto the stage of dignitaries. She was going to be dealing with statesmen. I think it's the only time that she expresses such a lack of self-confidence.
Reluctantly, Abigail said yes.
My dear sister, Mr. Adams professes himself so much happier for having his family with him that I feel amply gratified in having ventured across the ocean.
John had found a villa for his family in Auteuil, a country town not far from Paris.
We are indeed a very, very happy family once more, after a separation of 4 years.
Imagine, here's a woman who had scarcely ever been 60 miles from home, had maybe slept overnight in someone else's house twice in her life, who suddenly is plunked down in the Paris, the France of Louis XVI. With all of these superbly educated, cultivated, elegantly dressed men and women. And at first she's stunned. Well, she picks up the dance step very fast, and pretty soon she not only is holding her own, she loves it.
She fell in love with the theater, the opera.
There is the grandest scenery, and the passions all excited until you imagine yourself living at the very period.
She had read plays all of her life. She'd never seen one. There was no theater in Boston. Imagine going to the opera in Paris. You couldn't have even conceived of what the experience of going to the opera was like. Just to go into the building at that time. And she was thrilled.
Youth, beauty, grace, ease, clad in all the most pleasing ornaments of dress and singing like cherubs. Oh, it has a soft, persuasive power and a dying, dying sound.
But Abigail struggled with the language. She grew homesick. She had never before wanted a pet, but now she bought a tiny songbird and found comfort in its delicate, cheerful company. The whole family enjoyed the visits of an American friend who had come to Paris to work with Adams and Franklin.
John and Jefferson knew each other. They'd served on the committee to draft the Declaration of Independence together, so that they were longtime friends and colleagues. But this was the first time he had met the Adams family, and Jefferson liked the Adams family.
Mais après ce qu'on vous, je viens de voir paraître.
I think that this time in Paris in 84, 85 is the time when Adams and Jefferson really bond. When the relationship becomes an emotional relationship as well as a collegial relationship. Abigail says at the time that Jefferson is the only man that her husband can speak to in confidence without any concern or any restriction. There's a coming together of these two personalities here in a way that is fateful for American history.
Jefferson, Adams wrote to a friend in Congress, is an excellent hand. You could not have sent a better.
John Quincy Adams looked upon Thomas Jefferson as kind of an uncle, a beloved uncle, and spent as much time as he possibly could with Jefferson. And it's a wonderful time in their lives. The war is over. Their new nation is launched. The possibilities seem limitless. And it's a lovely interlude.
Jefferson had never met a woman quite like Abigail Adams.
She can move elegantly from a conversation about silk and gloves to a discussion about the tariff policy of the French. He's not used to that. She threads these different pieces together, and that confounds him.
Abigail was charmed. Thomas Jefferson, she wrote, was one of the choice ones of the earth. Jefferson and the Adamses parted with great regret when John was named the first American minister to London. On June 1st, 1785, Adams was to be presented to King George III. He worked and reworked what he would say to the king.
I shall esteem myself the happiest of men if I can restore the old good humor between people who, though separated by an ocean and under different governments, have the same language and kindred blood.
What a scene. What a moment. Here is a farmer's son from New England standing before His Majesty the King, who would have hanged John Adams had John Adams been caught only a few years before.
But the old good humor between Britain and America was not so easily restored. Adams had little success in encouraging trade with the British, and he was mocked and condescended to in the press.
John Adams was the representative of this small, untried, distant, little cluster of population at the edge of a huge wilderness, with no guarantee whatsoever that their new dream nation was going to succeed. In fact, most of the wise heads of Europe were quite confident that it would not succeed, that it would fail.
On a bright June day in 1788, a ship bringing John and Abigail Adams back from Europe approached Boston Harbor. Through his long years of public service, Adams had often felt pushed aside by other, more charismatic figures. Now, church bells rang throughout the city. Cannon thundered a welcome. A crowd of several thousand waited at the dock to greet him. To his great surprise, John Adams had returned a hero. The Adamses were glad to be home. But John found the pull of politics irresistible and let his name be put forward in the first presidential election that fall. By the following spring, he was in New York, the temporary capital of the new nation. George Washington had been elected president. Adams had received the second highest number of votes, which under the new Constitution made him vice president.
I think what that vote suggests is that he ranks second only to Washington and as a kind of revolutionary hero, because that's what really was being voted on.
Stepping into a new, untried government, John Adams was anxious, and with good reason.
People aren't sure if this whole experiment is even going to survive more than a few years. There's every chance that it'll be a failed experiment.
There was no army to speak of, no national currency, no permanent capital.
I think a lot of people were probably standing 2 steps back and watching to see what happened.
During the war, Adams had been called the Atlas of Independence. Now he held the second highest office in the land and would preside over the inaugural session of the Senate.
He liked the idea of being the second most significant figure, but he is also the originator of all of the jokes that will eventually be made about the office of the vice presidency, which in the 20th century has been described as not worth a bucket full of warm spit.
Dearest friend, I procured a load of salt hay for the stock, but the hill is trod down so hard by the cattle that it will provide no grass this year.
Abigail had stayed at their farm. They had finally been able to buy a bigger house near their old one, and there was much to be done. She was no longer deeply lonely when John was away, but he was desperate to have her by his side.
I pray you to come as soon as possible. As to money, you must, if you can, borrow enough to bring you here. If you cannot borrow enough, you must sell horses, oxen, sheep, cows, anything. If no one will take the place, leave it to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field.
He doesn't feel that he can conduct himself as vice president with the degree of intelligence and success that he wishes if she's not with him.
Abigail packed up the household and moved to New York. John had found them a house at Richmond Hill, in what is now Greenwich Village. Abigail grew to love Richmond Hill, with its views reaching down to the Hudson River. She began to worry, she wrote, about being too happy in the situation to have it lasting. She asked her sister and friends to set her straight if she started putting on airs.
Watch over my conduct. And if at any time you perceive any alteration in me arising from my situation in life, I beg you would acquaint me with it.
That's lovely, ma'am.
I know mankind are prone to deceive themselves.
John Adams had very definite ideas about his role in the new government, but his experience as a leader during the Revolution did not serve him well in the Senate.
Poor John Adams. He clearly assumed that he would be presiding over the Senate, so he would be giving advice, suggesting things from the past, sort of lecturing to the Senate, which did not go over very well.
Adams has a genius for putting things in a way that will almost certainly be misconstrued. In one of the early debates in the Senate, the question was, what do we call the President of the United States? Adams believed the office of President needed to be given stature lest it be overwhelmed by the Congress. So therefore, you needed to give the president a title.
I propose His Highness, the President of the United States and Protector of the Rights of the Same.
Which, of course, is hearkening back to a monarch, which in his mind makes perfect sense because it makes him an equal to all of these other monarchs on the world stage. He's horrified when someone suggests Mr. President or President of the United States because he says at the time, they're presidents of cricket clubs. You know, what does that mean, president?
It was common while he commanded the army to call General Washington His Excellency. It would appear to me to be better to give him no title than to put him on the level with the governor of Bermuda.
There was enormous concern in the United States about monarchy.
What Mr. Adams suggests.
Many people misinterpreted him and believed that what he was actually calling for was the creation of an American monarchy.
Adams doesn't worry that he's going to be accused of being a monarchist because he's got impeccable revolutionary credentials. He's the guy that overthrew the monarch, right?
The Senate voted to rein in Adams, officially changing the role of vice president for all time. America's leading political thinker would not be permitted to join in as they debated vital questions about the future of the new United States.
It is, to be sure, a punishment to hear other men talk for 5 hours every day, and not to be at liberty to talk myself, especially as more than half I hear appears to me very young, inconsiderate, and inexperienced.
Clearly, he must have thought to himself, nonsense, utter nonsense, utter nonsense, but he can't say, stop. You don't know what you're talking about. He just has to sit there.
Mr. Smith, excuse me.
This is like muzzling one of the great oratorical forces in the American Revolution. And he's very despondent. The great talker has to listen.
In the rainy spring of 1790, Benjamin Franklin died. The press hailed him as a grand old man of the Revolution, almost a god. Adams was furious. Franklin was being lionized, while he, Adams, sat muzzled in the Senate, his own role in the Revolution pushed into the shadows.
The history of our revolution will be one continued lie. The essence will be that Dr. Franklin's electrical rod smote the earth. And out sprung General Washington. But Franklin electrified him with his rod, and thenceforward these two conducted all policy, negotiation, legislation, and war.
This anguish over his rightful place in history would torment Adams for the rest of his life. In the fall, the Adamses had to leave Richmond Hill. Congress had voted to move the capital to Philadelphia, while they sought a permanent location on the Potomac River. Abigail was miserable. It was the 5th time in 6 years she had had to pack and move. And they were barely getting by on the meager income from the farm and John's modest salary.
Public business must be done by somebody. If wise men decline it, others will not. If honest men refuse it, others will not.
Adams had become more comfortable with his role in the Senate, no longer presiding like a volcano about to erupt. In 1792, Washington and Adams were easily re-elected, but events unfolding across the Atlantic would make the next 4 years as wrenching as any they would endure. In France, with cries of liberty, equality, and brotherhood, the people had risen up against the king, vowing to crush the old regime. Many Americans believed that the spark of liberty they had kindled at Lexington and Concord was now alive in Europe. Across the United States, people flew the French flag and gave money to the cause. Adams would have no part of it. The Founding Fathers had sought to preserve order even while fighting for independence. But the French seemed bent on the total destruction of the existing system of law and government. As a young lawyer in Boston 2 decades earlier, John Adams had passionately condemned mob violence. In 1770, when British soldiers were on trial for murder after shooting into an angry crowd, the so-called Boston Massacre, it was John Adams who had taken their case, arguing they had a right to defend themselves.
The mob, whistling and screaming, and crying, "Kill them, kill them."
Adams felt deeply that the mob in Boston that night had been a serious threat to the rule of law. And so too was the bloody revolution in France.
And he says on many occasions that this is going to be the classical pattern. A mob rule, violence and terror, and eventually the establishment of a despotic government ruled by a single person.
He wrote in great agitation to his old friend Thomas Jefferson.
Reasoning has all been lost. Passion and prejudice will govern.
But Jefferson was enthralled with the unfolding drama in France.
Jefferson starts out with this idea that the French Revolution is the spark of liberty moving around the world, and doesn't really let go of that horse. He just hangs on to that horse. He really thinks, even when things get bloody and violent, that, well, you know, you need a little bloodshed in the greater cause of liberty across the world.
He's absolutely sincere. He really does think that the principles in the Declaration of Independence and the principles of the French Revolution are synonymous. If the last king can be strangled with the entrails of the last priest, we will have destroyed the institutions that have stood in the way of human freedom.
But John Adams held a starkly different view of the events in France.
He thinks they're in this bloody, anarchic chaos over there, and what would prevent some of that chaos and confusion from working its way to America?
These are big issues that they're disagreeing on. It's not just a single event. It's the meaning of Western history and what direction it's headed in and how we should lead it and how we should join it.
By late 1793, only faint traces of John and Abigail's old friendship with Jefferson remained.
I have so long been in the habit of thinking well of his abilities and general good dispositions that I cannot but feel some regret. But his mind is now poisoned with passion and prejudice, and I will not weep.
All right, hold it there.
In the summer of 1796, as his second term as vice president drew to a close, Adams, now 60, returned to the farm and threw himself into work in the fields, acting as if the coming presidential election were the furthest thing from his mind.
My men are hilling the corn over the road. A soft, fine rain is falling as sweetly as I ever saw. It will refresh the gardens, revive the corn, make the fruit grow rapidly.
He even ventured to give his rocky little acreage, now part of the town of Quincy, a grand name.
I think to christen my place Peacefield, in commemoration of the peace which I assisted in making and of the peace I have enjoyed here.
John's sons, too, seemed to be thriving. Charles had graduated from Harvard and was starting a career as a lawyer. John Quincy, now 29, had been named minister to the Netherlands and had taken his younger brother Thomas with him as an aide. By September, Adams knew for certain that George Washington would not be running for president again, but he appeared to be indifferent.
This is part of a pose. I mean, it's clear that Adams intends fully to be president of the United States. It's a way of controlling his ambitions by sort of soothing himself, getting into the bucolic rhythms. All the while, this little engine of Adams's ambitions is just beating away inside. And it is unquestionably the case that he believes the presidency is almost his by revolutionary right.
Adams would be opposed by his former friend, Thomas Jefferson,
John.
each now linked to an emerging political party. It would be the first partisan election, and newspapers were stridently taking sides.
The Jeffersonians, or the Republicans as they became known, believed that the danger was in a chief executive who was too powerful. Too much power in one place was a dangerous thing. And the Federalists, as they became known, were for a strong national government, a strong executive. Adams felt you had to have a strong executive and could not rest power with the legislature.
Both John and Abigail knew it would be a hard fight. Mischief was brewing in a cauldron, Abigail wrote, as venomous as Macbeth's hell broth.
They're not thinking, oh, you have one opinion, I have another, we'll fight it out and someone will win. They're thinking, I'm intending something for the general good, and if you disagree with me, then you're out to destroy the general good.
Reluctantly, Adams returned to Philadelphia in the fall, alone. Abigail stayed at the farm. Money was tight, and she'd missed her friends and family. Brooding by his fire that December, Adams confronted the possibility that he might lose to Jefferson. Once the Founding Fathers had been of one mind. Now the divisions were stark and deeply personal.
I laugh at myself 20 times a day for the speculations in which I find myself engaged. Vanity suffers. Cold feelings of unpopularity, humiliation. I can pronounce Thomas Jefferson to be chosen president with a grace that I don't fear.
But his letter to Abigail betrayed his feelings of hopelessness. The name of Thomas Jefferson loomed over the page.
Nobody to speak to. Pouring upon my disgrace and future prospects. This is ugly.
Adams eked out a narrow victory, in large part because many saw him as a statesman, above party. But he had little to celebrate. As the successor to the great George Washington, Adams faced a daunting task.
Washington has been present as the center of gravity from 1775 all the way up to 1796. And what happens when Washington goes? People are terrified that we are being held together by a single person, not by a system of laws, because the laws haven't had a chance to earn and to dig their roots into this country. This is still a government of men. And Adams is now the man.
In the spring of 1797, John Adams came to inspect the house he would soon occupy, the president's official residence in Philadelphia. George Washington's servants had left a mess.
The furniture is in the most deplorable condition. The beds are in a woeful pickle. This house has been a scene of the most scandalous drinking and disorder among the servants that I ever heard of.
International affairs were a mess as well. Napoleon now led the French army in a bitter war with England. Both European powers pressed for American support.
America's this little fly speck of a nation, and it's smack in the middle of this generational dispute between England and France. And if America does something friendly towards one of them, the other one's bound to get upset, and vice versa.
Trying to avoid war, George Washington had signed a treaty with Britain. In retaliation, France had begun to attack American ships. All America's goodwill toward its former ally had vanished.
The sentiment for war with France, particularly with John Adams' own political party, Federalists, was overwhelming. But Adams saw quite clearly we couldn't afford a war, we didn't have an army, and furthermore, if we were going to go to war, we were going to go to war with Napoleon. This was no cakewalk.
Adams chose to steer his own course, at enormous political risk. He would go to Thomas Jefferson, now his bitter Republican rival, and ask him to put partisanship aside and work with him as a kind of co-president in an effort to make peace with France.
It was his affinity for Jefferson, their friendship, that he thought could override whatever ideological differences they had.
For weeks, Adams waited for Jefferson's decision. One evening in March, they left a dinner party together.
But I would appreciate an answer to my offer.
They were only 2 blocks from the room where Jefferson had drafted the Declaration of Independence at Adams' request. This time, Jefferson said no.
Jefferson chooses party over friendship, partisanship over Adams's offer of reconciliation. Why should he join Adams as Adams faces hostile fire? The fact is, Jefferson wants some sort of peace negotiation with France. But Jefferson wants the Federalists to fail. For the Federalists to fail, Adams has to fail.
With Jefferson's refusal, Adams felt very much alone. He had unwisely retained most of George Washington's cabinet, and they had little loyalty to the new president.
It never occurs to Adams to try to develop a political constituency or to massage the egos of people in the national government. Those political skills he thinks are unbecoming a president. The president's job is to divine the public interest and act in its behalf, regardless of the consequences.
John's letters to Abigail became more and more urgent.
I must go to you, or you must come to me. I cannot live without you till October.
He felt lonely, like he couldn't have imagined at any other time in his life. And he kept writing to her, inviting her to come, telling her he needed her, he needed her.
When he cries out for Abigail to come join him, he is realistically assessing the national situation and the situation of his presidency. Both are at risk. Jefferson has gone to the other side. He's got no confidants.
She was the one person in this world whom he trusted. He never knew that he was hearing the truth from other people. From Abigail, he knew he would hear the truth.
By May 1797, Abigail was on her way back to Philadelphia. She slipped effortlessly into her old role, gathering information for her husband.
Not only does she manage, in chatting with people, to sort of pull in this information which she can then deploy and give to her husband, but she even writes it down. She's amazing. In one case, one great case, with Jefferson, in which they're seated next to each other at dinner, she writes down everything that happens.
A curious conversation on Thursday of this week between Mrs. A and Mr. Jefferson.
That gentleman who sits to the left of the president. I've not seen him before.
Mr. Holmes, you surely know him.
And it's clear that what she's doing is she's trying to get from him information. Who does he like? Who does he not like? What does he know? What does he not know? What kind of a stance is he taking? What does he think's going to happen?
I pray, sir, what do your Senate design to do with the treaty?
Hell, upon my soul, I believe they will reject it.
I'm surprised at that. I know the mercantile interest in Massachusetts, New York, and Pennsylvania are in favor of it.
Well, I have the same information from the South.
She's really very effectively and in a very non-confrontational sort of charming manner, and yet in a pretty straightforward manner, trying to push Jefferson up against the wall to get him to say something. Jefferson doesn't. Jefferson's good at doing that, so he hedges around, and then he tries to turn the conversation around to get something out of her.
I wonder what they mean to do. They have some daring projects afoot.
As I supposed this referred to the coming election, I replied, I do not know. That is a subject which I do not choose to converse upon. At this, we laughed out, and here ended the conversation.
But neither John nor Abigail fully understood what was going on in the shadows, away from the dinner table. Adams' presidency was under attack from all sides, even from within his own administration. Thomas Jefferson, the Vice President of the United States, had concealed from Adams the fact that his own cabinet had repeatedly betrayed him, dangerously weakening his presidency. And worse.
Jefferson was paying a professional scandalmonger named Callender to attack Adams. He was providing this man with money.
When he's asked about it, he says, of course, there's no truth to this. I didn't pay Callender to libel Adams.
Furious at Jefferson's repeated denials, Callender eventually sent the evidence to the press.
It wasn't until later that Adams found out that, lo and behold, this man who had been calling him everything imaginable, smearing him, was being paid by Jefferson, secretly. And it broke Adams' heart, truly broke his heart. And Abigail never got over it. And there was a period of almost 10 years when they didn't speak to each other.
The summer of 1798 brought week after week of brutal heat, and one of the darkest moments of the Adams presidency.
The weather is so hot and close, the flies so tormenting. Not a leaf stirs till 9 or 10 o'clock. It grows sickly here, the city noisome.
The political atmosphere in the city was even more poisonous. John had sent a peace mission to France, but urged building up the military as a precaution. He was attacked from all sides. Many in his own Federalist Party wanted a declaration of war and called Adams a traitor. The Aurora, a Republican paper edited by Benjamin Franklin Beach, Franklin's grandson, mocked Adams as a toady of the Warhawks, a man unfit to be trusted.
Abigail became very angry with the press. The press are maligning the government, and she thought that was corrupt.
Scarcely a day passes without some scurrility in the paper from that lying wretch, Beach. He is trying to force Mr. A to resign so that Jefferson may take over.
She thought that the press would incite riots, that people would become so motivated by the articles they were reading that there would be physical attacks on John.
When Federalists in Congress pushed through legislation to clamp down on the press and anybody else who criticized the government, Abigail supported them. The Sedition Act made it illegal to depict the government in any way that might seem false, scandalous, and malicious, or that would bring the government into contempt or disrepute. Immediately, the Federalists moved to silence dissent and settle old scores. James Callender and 16 others, including Benjamin Franklin Beach, the editor of the Aurora, were arrested for seditious libel. Some were imprisoned. Instantly, they became symbols of free speech under attack, victims of a president willing to stifle the press in the interest of his own political goals. Adams also signed the Alien Acts, aimed in part at French immigrants suspected of collusion with France. The acts gave him the power to expel any foreign-born residents deemed dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States.
The Alien and Sedition Acts seemed to contradict everything that he stood for, but it was a very scary time.
To Federalists, to Adams, to Abigail, it makes perfect sense. They think they're doing what they need to do to uphold the government in a time of crisis.
But the Alien and Sedition Acts would leave an indelible stain on John Adams' reputation, forever linking him with the suppression of the very liberties he had fought so hard to gain. The Adamses finally left for the farm in late July for a few weeks' rest. It was not to be. By the time they arrived home, Abigail was seriously ill. The illness, probably malaria, was accompanied by unrelenting depression, deepened by troubles within the family.
Her daughter was married to a man who was a ne'er-do-well, so Abigail was just miserable about her daughter. Younger son, Charles, during this time, who had been an attorney, was married, had 2 young children, was beset by alcoholism, and his health began to decline.
Abigail was deeply pained by her children's troubles. John was in despair.
My daughter and Charles bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. The daughter without a fault. Unfortunate daughter. Unhappy child.
In November, he returned alone to Philadelphia. Abigail would stay at the farm. She was wrecked and exhausted, John said, and he was terrified of her making the trip.
Lest it should prove fatal to a life that is dear to me beyond all expression.
Without his most trusted advisor by his side, Adams girded himself for a major crisis. The French had coldly rebuffed his offer of peace, and the pressure to go to war was relentless. On February 18th, 1799, John Adams fired a broadside at his critics. He dispatched a courier with a message for the Senate announcing he would send a second peace mission to France.
Adams is essentially and self-consciously committing political suicide. His own party is opposed to this, and Republicans under Jefferson are overjoyed to see him in such predicaments.
The newspapers boiled with venomous attacks, but Adams rode the wave of abuse undeterred. He found encouragement in secret reports from his son John Quincy, now minister to Prussia, that the French might be ready to negotiate.
It is clear what drives Adams is an almost otherworldly sense, and at times almost a perverse sense, of what is in the public interest. That's the way the old boy's mind works.
Had he declared war on France, his popularity would likely have skyrocketed. His election to a second term would have been all but assured.
It was a kind of chance, or rather, as Plutarch says, a peculiar providence that brought Plato, most celebrated of philosophers, to Syracuse.
In March, he retreated to the farm and Abigail. The public cry for war grew louder. The president kept quiet.
Where the supreme good was made to consist in pleasure and magnificence.
He knows that if he is under the glare of public scrutiny, he's probably going to erupt. There's going to be an Adams eruption here.
And so one way to calm him down is to take him back to Quincy.
In the fall of 1800, a swampy patch of land on the banks of the Potomac River became the official capital of the United States and the new home of President John Adams. What is now called the White House was still under construction, standing in a rutted field full of rubble. The smell of plaster and wet paint was overwhelming. On his first night in the house, John wrote to Abigail,
I pray heaven to bestow the best of blessings on this house. May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof.
But Adams' time in the house would bring much unhappiness and grief. It was an election year. Once again, he would run against Thomas Jefferson, president against vice president. And once again, scandalmonger James Callender, now out of jail, went to work for Jefferson. The vice president approved a draft of The Prospect Before Us, in which Callender described the deformities of John Adams' character. Adams was one of the most egregious fools upon the continent. He was a gross hypocrite, an unprincipled oppressor. Only the election of Jefferson could save the country from catastrophe. Attacks came from within Adams' own party as well. Alexander Hamilton, the influential former Secretary of the Treasury, wrote a public letter criticizing Adams just weeks before the election.
Hamilton writes this pamphlet essentially arguing that John Adams is a lunatic or is mentally deranged. This is also a blow not just to his election, but to his place in the American pantheon. I mean, that he's not like these other founding father kind of figures. There's truth in that. Adams was a more ambitious and argumentative, at times nervous man who had temper. Now, Washington had a temper too. It's just that he had it in private. Periodically, Adams would jump up on top of the table and throw his wig at one of the members of his cabinet.
Abigail arrived in November. She ordered the laundry hung to dry in the unfinished East Room and kept 13 fires going to fend off the damp. The election loomed in a few weeks. John had confidential reports that the new talks in France were going well, but he felt he could say nothing until a treaty was signed. If official word of peace came in time, his critics would be silenced. News from Paris took months to reach America. A treaty had been signed weeks before, but no one on the other side of the Atlantic knew it. In the most venomous election in American history, the winner was Thomas Jefferson. Voters had gone to the polls unaware that Adams had succeeded in his bold quest for peace.
He was the person who stood up under enormous pressure to go to war and said no. And it cost him a second term.
Before dawn on the morning of March 4th, 1801, John Adams, age 65, waited in the wintry chill of the president's house for the stagecoach that would take him back to Quincy and out of public life.
Mr. President, some provisions for your journey.
Thank you. I feel my shoulders relieved from a burden. The short remainder of my days will be the happiest of my life.
was just mortified at having lost the election. He saw it as a personal repudiation by the people.
The election had been bitterly contested. But the nation's first transfer of power between parties was orderly and peaceful.
That's one of the supreme moments in the history of the country and in many ways in the history of the world, because it's at that stage where the rivals, the enemy politically, is taking over. And they do so without a gun being shouldered or shot or without any strife whatsoever. Adams retired. He stepped down from power, turned over the presidency to his opponent. It's a great triumph. It's a great moment.
For Abigail, age 56, retirement from politics had come as a welcome change.
Our desires are moderate, our economy strict. Our income, though moderate, will furnish us with all the necessaries and many of the comforts of life.
Her husband loudly declared good riddance to the world he had left behind.
Far removed from all the intrigues, I hope to enjoy more tranquility than has ever before been my lot. I call for my chisels, drills, and wedges to split rocks, and for my wagons to cart seaweed for manure. I mount my horse and ride on the seashore.
Yet for all his protests that he reveled in the simple life of a gentleman farmer, the old resentments from his days in politics still rankled. One July day, Abigail came upon John in the field, working alongside the hired hands. She could hear him muttering something.
Quack.
She realized he was murmuring obscenities at his old political opponents.
Bastard brat of a Scottish peddler.
He's mad. He feels like his own contribution is being relegated to secondary status and other people's contribution to the revolution is in ascendance. And in some sense, he feels like they're putting the statues into the American pantheon, and his is not going to be one of them.
Stop that. Statues and monuments will never be erected to me, nor flattering orations spoken to transmit me to posterity in brilliant colors.
And as he sees other people, especially Jefferson, being elevated at his expense, he is just ripping.
How is it that I, poor, ignorant I, must stand before posterity as differing from all the other great men of the age?
He railed against the grand estates the Virginians had, Washington at Mount Vernon, Jefferson at Monticello. And then he'd turn it into a joke about his own comfortable but humble farm.
You may call me the monarch of Stony Field, Count of Gull Island, Baron of Rocky Run.
Finally, he settled on Montezillo as his favorite.
Montezillo is a little hill. Monticello is a lofty mountain.
He's recognizing that the 4th of July celebration makes Jefferson the star of the drama. And it's like, wait, this was just one little moment, and all he did was draft this thing. And it's being made into some kind of central moment in the revolution, whereas Adams knows Adams is the major figure in the Continental Congress, not Jefferson. But it's not being remembered that way. For 5 or 6 years, I think he's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He's so obsessed with the way history treated him and the way it's likely to treat him. He writes this endless series of columns in a Massachusetts newspaper.
Mr. Hamilton maintains with so much fanaticism and so much folly. It appeared to me so mean, servile, and timorous that I own I did not flimsy rant, as silly as it is in his total ignorance or oblivion of the practice of our own government, but that they were...
And eventually he has purged himself. This is a kind of therapeutic exercise for him, and there is no more to be said.
In 1812, encouraged by an old friend, John Adams took a step he never could have imagined a few years earlier. He wrote a brief but cordial note to Thomas Jefferson.
You and I ought not to die before we have explained ourselves to each other.
And Jefferson immediately wrote back and then commenced one of the great correspondences in our country's history, or in the English language.
A letter from you carries me back to the times when, beset with dangers, we were fellow laborers in the same cause, struggling for what is most valuable to man.
The Union is still to me an object of as much anxiety as ever independence was. I think a free government...
As for France and England, for all their preeminence in science, the one is a den of robbers, the other of pirates. And if science produces no better
checks and balances, Jefferson, however you and your party may have ridiculed them, are our only security for the progress...
Another of our friends of 76 is gone, my dear sir. We too must go, and that ere long.
If 100 years hence your letters and mine should see the light, I hope the reader will read it all.
After several years of correspondence, Jefferson finally addressed the issue that had driven them apart: the revolution in France.
Your prophecies proved truer than mine, and yet fell short of the fact. For instead of 1 million, the destruction of 8 or 10 millions of human beings has probably been the effect of these convulsions. I did not, in '89, believe they would have lasted so long, nor have cost so much blood.
This is an apology. This is 20 years later saying, I really am sorry.
Dear sir, I know not what to say of your letter of the 11th, but that it is one of the most consoling I have ever received.
In 1818, Abigail fell ill with typhoid fever. A despondent John Adams wrote to Jefferson.
The dear partner of my life for 54 years as a wife, and for many years more as a lover, now lies in extremis, forbidden to speak or be spoken to.
John and Abigail had already lost 2 of their children. Charles had finally succumbed to alcoholism. Daughter Nabby had died of breast cancer. Abigail would not live to see her adored son, John Quincy, become President of the United States. She died on October 28, 1818, just shy of her 74th birthday.
And when she died, he said something so touching. He said, "This is easier for me than when we separated and I would go off to Europe, because I know I'm going to see her sooner than when I sailed on those voyages."
Among the many condolence notes was one from Thomas Jefferson, himself now gravely ill. "God bless you and support you under your heavy affliction," he wrote.
While you live, I seem to have a bank at Monticello, on which I can draw for a letter of friendship when I please.
The 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence dawned warm and dry up and down the eastern seaboard. What happened that day seemed more like poetry than history.
It was far beyond anything anyone could conceive of, and people at that time, very understandably, took it to mean that the hand of God was truly involved with the destinies of the United States of America.
At Monticello that morning, Thomas Jefferson, age 83, willed himself to stay alive.
He's murmuring things that nobody can understand, and then his slave, Burwell, understands that he means shift my pillow. And then he mutters, "Is it the 4th?" Meaning, is it the 4th of July? Jefferson wants to die on schedule.
Thomas Jefferson died at about 1 in the afternoon, while in the valley below, church bells rang in celebration of Independence Day. At Quincy, the roar of cannon had begun early that morning.
And Adams has gotten up fit as a fiddle, no long lingering illnesses, but he starts to fail just about the time that Jefferson dies.
In the afternoon, a brief thunderstorm rolled in across the neighboring marshes. Adams was having difficulty breathing, but even at 91, his mind was clear. "It is a great day," he said. "It is a good day."
They take him downstairs, and he dies about 4:30 in the afternoon. And his last words are, "Thomas Jefferson still lives," which in fact was not correct. But it's poignant. His last thoughts were of Jefferson. He was a good friend.
When he was lying there dying, thinking of Jefferson, the cannon and rifle fire and firecrackers were all booming in the distance, celebrating the Declaration of Independence. Now, if you did that in the movie, somebody would say, "Oh, that's too much." You know, things like that don't happen in real life. It did happen in real life, again and again, through that whole amazing life. Friend once said to me, she said, "Real love isn't just gazing into each other's eyes. It's looking out together in the same direction." And if ever there was a man and woman who were truly in love and truly looking out in the same direction, it was John and Abigail Adams.
Stay tuned for scenes from the next American Experience. But first,
this is what we were. This is where we've been. This is who we are.
The hope still lives, and the dream shall never die.
This is our experience. The American experience.
there's more about John and Abigail Adams at American Experience Online. Explore John and Abigail's letters. Understand the choice for revolution. Access interactive maps and see one of John Adams's annotated books. All this and more at pbs.org. American Experience's John and Abigail Adams is available on videocassette or DVD. To order, call PBS Home Video at 1-800-PLAY-PBS. Next time on American Experience. 3 years after the Allies bombed Berlin, American pilots returned on a different mission.
I had 20,000 pounds of flour. They went crazy. I still see their arms up to the sky.
First-hand accounts of the monumental effort to save 2.5 million people from starvation and Soviet rule. The first victory of the Cold War. The Berlin Airlift. Next time on American Experience. American Experience is made possible by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation to enhance public understanding of the role of technology. The foundation also seeks to portray the lives of the men and women engaged in scientific and technological pursuit.
At the Scotts Company, we help make gardens more beautiful, lawns greener, trees taller. If there's a better business to be in, please let us know.
Imagine what the world would be like if everyone did the right thing. Responsibility. What's your policy?
Major funding for this program provided by the National Endowment for the Humanities. Additional funding provided by the Arthur Vining Davis Foundations, American Playhouse, and by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and viewers like you. Thank you.
I am PBS.
Local broadcast of American Experience on Vermont Public Television is funded in part by Otter Creek, offering custom-crafted and professionally installed awnings, sunrooms, and closet systems to distinguishing homeowners throughout Vermont, New Hampshire, and upstate New York for over 30 years. This program is also supported by contributing members like you.
You're watching viewer-supported Vermont Public Television, Vermont statewide public television network.
Delight in Tony winner Julie Taymor's spectacular production of Mozart's sublime fairy tale, The Magic Flute. It's the enchanting premiere of great performances at the Met, The Magic Flute. Don't miss it.
Coming to you Wednesday at 9 on VPT.
Good morning. You're watching Vermont Public Television, owned and operated by Vermont ETV Incorporated, with studios located in 40th and Allen, Colchester, Vermont. Vermont Public Television operates stations WETK, Burlington, Channel 33, with a transmitter on Mount Mansfield in Stowe in the 584 to 590 megahertz band with an effective radiated power of 1.35 megawatts visual, 135 kilowatts oral. WVTB, St. Johnsbury, Channel 20, with a transmitter on Burke Mountain in East Burke in the 506 to 512 megahertz band with an effective radiated power of 589 kilowatts visual, 58.9 kilowatts oral. WVER Rutland, Channel 28, with a transmitter on Grandpa's Knob near Castleton in the 554 to 560 megahertz band with an effective radiated power of 247 kilowatts visual, 24.7 kilowatts oral. WVTA Windsor, Channel 41, with a transmitter on Mount Ascutney in Windsor in the 632 to 638 megahertz band with an effective radiated power of 1.05 megawatts visual, 105 kilowatts oral. Vermont Public Television also operates translators W36AX at Mount Equinox in Manchester and W53AS at Mount Anthony in Bennington. All stations and translators are operated under the authority of the Federal Communications Commission in Washington, D.C. We hope you have a good day.
BBC World News International on Vermont Public Television is brought to you in part by Standard Radio Montreal's Talk Rock Hot radio stations, CJAD 800, Shome 97.7, Mix 96. Funding for this program is also provided by contributing members like you.
BBC World News is brought to you by WLIW New York. Funding for this presentation has been provided by the Freeman Foundation of New York, Stowe, Vermont, and Honolulu, the Newman's Own Foundation, and the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation.
Protesters barricade roads in Beirut at the start of a general strike. United in grief, tens of thousands gather in Istanbul for the funeral of a murdered journalist. Suffering from an image problem, a BBC poll reveals the effects of US foreign policy. Hello, welcome to BBC World. I'm Martine Dennis. Also in this programme, Mind the Gap is one of America's best-known clothes retailers going out of fashion. We'll be live in Kenya, where anti-globalization activists have gathered.
In a hearing world. But it is far from the uniform and tragic experience that most hearing people imagine.
Being deaf is, well, it's part of me, something I have to deal with, but doesn't keep me from being happy, doesn't make me either happy or sad. It's just like being a man instead of a woman, or being tall instead of short.
Maybe a person can't see, and is that normal? Maybe it is, and maybe a person walks with a bit of a limp. Perhaps that's normal to one person and not to another. What about left-handedness? Is that abnormal or is that normal?
We have two children. We have Bradford here, who's probably the only kid in town who can talk on the phone and play basketball at the same time. He is our only hearing child. He has to sign all the time because there's no one else in the family who is hearing.
Our daughter's 11. She's deaf. We have just the two, and we don't want any more. We have a boy and a girl, and that's enough for us. I guess we're the all-American family. Just the four of us. It's a nice number.
Today, it's entirely possible for a deaf family to call itself an all-American family. But that isn't how the story begins. For centuries, hearing people saw deafness as a horrendous misfortune. When a Protestant revival swept through 19th century America, fervent Christians labored to bring the gospel to unbelievers. But one group of souls seemed locked away forever from the Word of God.
Most of the deaf people in America in the early 1800s lived in rural areas. They were separated from each other. They were isolated. Most had very little communication with the people around them. Deaf people had a limited understanding of what they could do, of their own possibilities. And people with deaf children really had no idea what their children could achieve.
Very few Americans believed that deaf people could be educated at all. Until 1817, when a Connecticut clergyman named Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet discovered his mission in life: to bring the gospel to people who could not hear. In Hartford, he opened the first permanent school for deaf children in America, with just 7 students, and a head teacher from France, who is now a legend in the deaf community.
Laurent Clair was a teacher at the Paris Institution for the Deaf, and he was an extremely well-educated, sharp, witty man who was very, very deaf, and had been very, very deaf since infancy. One of the things that Clair brought to the United States was French Sign Language.
Laurent Clair taught using his hands. He communicated with sign. To Gallaudet, the language was a revelation. He called it highly poetical. To Clair and to many deaf people, signing was natural and practical.
Clair discovered that there were already some signs in use by some of his students. Clair took his native French Sign Language and he blended it with a little bit of the signs that he saw students using here in the United States.
The result was an American Sign Language that spread west and south as new schools for deaf children opened. New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, Illinois. In 1864, Abraham Lincoln signed a law founding the first college in the world for deaf students. Eventually, it would be called Gallaudet University. And all these schools used sign.
My dear sir, the organs of speech are in no way affected by deafness. The deaf person is mute simply because he cannot hear and hasn't been taught to speak.
A contradiction in terms, sir. A most illogical contradiction. The deaf-mute speech organs may be intact, agreed.
In April 1871, a bright young Scottish immigrant, Alexander Graham Bell, began teaching deaf children in Boston. Like Gallaudet, he had a passion and a mission to bring language to deaf people.
Nature inflicted upon the deaf child with one flaw. One little flaw, imperfect hearing. But we deny him speech by not teaching him to speak.
Society in general views Alexander Graham Bell as an American hero, as the inventor of the telephone. He was famous, wealthy, and influential. His wife was deaf. His own mother was deaf. He was always associating with the deaf community. He was a teacher of deaf children at a day school in Boston. He was very familiar with the deaf world.
Alexander Graham Bell is a very important figure in deaf folklore. He offers an antagonist perspective because he's like the boogeyman. And even though he's a great man in his own right, he did put forth the idea that a life without signing would be a better life.
Bell thought that signing prevented deaf people from learning to speak, so he was against deaf people using sign, their natural language. Bell believed that sign language marked them as different and kept them in the lower classes. He believed that earlier in the 1800s, sign language had been their only recourse. But now, there's a better choice, the technology to teach them to speak and lip read. The oral method.
Bell thought over 100 years ago that if every deaf child received the right type of education and the use of the right technology, that those children could learn to use spoken language.
Oral schools for deaf children opened in the late 1860s. They did not teach sign, and in fact, outlawed its use. Instead, they began speech training, teaching deaf children to generate sounds, to mimic the mouth shapes and breathing patterns of speech. And if children knew what speech looked like, the oralists thought, they could learn to read lips. This was an idea that divided educators of deaf children, and it still does today. Here's one man's take on lip reading from Autism by deaf filmmaker Renee Visco.
How do you lip read? That's a very dangerous question, because if you say yes, I'm well, wait a minute. No, I have to go slower. No. Just tap normally.
He was like, it's been hectic and we haven't had a lot of time to prepare, but it's a take-home. But I mean, we had all this homework and quizzes and stuff, so I just lucked out.
Did you take a look at it?
I have it with
I can understand people who speak directly to me in good light without too much background noise. And a lot of what I do in speaking is arranging these circumstances. And if that doesn't happen, I don't hear things. I can be part of a conversation without knowing what the other people are saying.
Speaking, lip reading, and participation in normal conversation was from the beginning the great goal of the oralist method. In 1880, the method was endorsed by an important international conference of educators in Milan, Italy. Oralism was beginning to win.
Schools for deaf children all over the United States started one by one changing, deciding that their particular school was not going to use sign language in the classroom anymore. They changed their hiring practices. The teachers were forbidden to sign, and the children were forbidden to sign.
After the Milan Congress, the percentage of deaf teachers went way down because they couldn't teach speech. Those schools that were strong supporters of deaf teachers moved them to the vocational programs to avoid the parents' objections to them. Those were the dark ages for deaf education in America.
Bell subscribed to two popular American movements that greatly bolstered the oralist cause. One was nativism, the belief that the current flood of immigrants was threatening the American way of life.
Many people were immigrating to this country from Eastern Europe and Southern Europe, and this made a number of Americans very nervous. Ethnic groups often set up their own schools here. They published newspapers in their native languages. The deaf community, too, had their own newspapers, their own schools, and their own churches, and used a separate language. So people began to think of deaf people as an ethnic group, a group that should be assimilated into the general population.
Bell was famous for going to school boards and to state legislatures and arguing that American Sign Language was in fact a language borrowed from France. Sign language was not supportive of American society.
Bell was also a prominent leader in another movement that was newly popular in America: eugenics. The idea that planned breeding can improve the human race. A defective race of human beings would be a great calamity, Bell wrote. We must examine the causes that lead to the intermarriage of the deaf with the object of applying a remedy.
He was an early eugenicist. He was quite concerned that if the deaf married other deaf individuals, there would be an expansion of the deaf community. He did not see this as a desirable thing.
He wanted to try to eliminate deaf organizations if he could, find other ways to socialize deaf people among hearing people rather than deaf people.
I think that Alexander Graham Bell's greatest crime was keeping deaf people apart from each other. It wasn't so much that he thought speech was important. Worse than that was that he didn't want deaf people to marry each other. He didn't want them to be near each other. He wanted them to be apart.
But deaf children had to be educated, and the only practical way was in all deaf schools. For the most part, residential schools. Here, deaf children played together, shared stories, invented games, passed on unique customs and basic values. Even at oral schools, students would teach each other signing on the sly. It was all part of what would, in time, become deaf culture.
The schools for the deaf really were the first place where deaf people came together, and they shared their language, they shared their culture, they shared their stories about growing up.
At times, they had to grow up quickly. Children were often dropped off at boarding schools without understanding what was happening. Many arrived without even knowing their own names. From the age of 4 on up, they might be away from their families for months at a time.
The first day at school, my mother said, "Oh, Bernard, now you're in school. And I want you to be a good boy. Work hard, learn all you can." And I said, "Yes, I understand. But what?" She said goodbye, and she gave me a hug, and she turned around and left. And I thought, why? And suddenly, the superintendent took me by the hand and pulled me down the hallway. Well, years later, I spoke with my mom and said, "Why did you leave me like that? Why didn't you sit and explain that this school was a boarding school and that I would stay there Monday through Friday? Why didn't you explain all that? You just left. And my mother said, I know. I just couldn't bring myself to say that. And then I understood. It was hard for her, too.
When I went into the school for the deaf, I was about 5, and I was so thrilled to get mail, a letter from my mom. My favorite holiday was Christmas. I always looked forward to the Christmas holiday. My mother would write on a card, "Only 2 more sleeps and you will be home." It was counting the days for me, to see how many days I would have to sleep at school before I was sleeping at home in the bunk bed with my brother. So it helped me have a sense of counting down to the time when I would be going home.
The students always had each other. It was like a big family. And we learned a lot from each other. Maybe some things we learned were wrong, and we may have had the wrong information sometimes, but we were a family. And some of us had no communication at home. So we could share with each other, advise each other, help each other.
One tradition was a special sign that students invented for each other. A sign they might keep for life. Their name sign.
When I got to the campus, to the Alabama School for the Deaf, I didn't have a name sign yet. And after thinking about it for a while, and this is pretty typical of deaf people, they look to see what your character is, how you behave, a personality trait, and then they give you a name sign that sort of ties into that particular trait that's unique to you. Well, after time went by, my friend said, I got it. I know the way you swivel your hips when you walk, and so we're going to give you this name sign. So it went from my elbow down to my hip. I didn't know I had that little bit of a swivel with my hip. I thought I walked just like everybody else, but that name sign was given, and it's stuck ever since.
Students might sign to each other, but not in class. For most of the 20th century, the vast majority of deaf teaching was based almost exclusively on spoken language.
You weren't allowed to use sign during class. If you used sign during class, you would be punished. They would make you put on white mitts, and they would have strings attached to them so you wouldn't be able to use your hands.
It's really downtown, not Hampton. We have to keep our hands down and talk. We have to keep on talking and breathe. And if we wave our hands, that is just we are afraid that if we use our hands, we put rules the creation of our speech. So when I went downtown, they put the policeman and plain clothes. I did not know that it was watching me when I went back to Cuckoo. That this is causing me, badly. If we wave our hands downtown and want me not to go downtown again.
Many people don't realize that when children learn speech, it's all repetition, speech training over and over again. Think of all the time I spent on it when I could have learned other things, be educated in other things. I spent so much time learning how to talk, how to say milk, cat, dog. Hours holding my face, pushing my mouth, making things go back and forth, trying to make the right movements. This is an M. Awful.
There have always been what's referred to as oral failures. The technology of the day was limited, and those children may have had more difficulty developing spoken language.
Over a period of a few months, our class has been able to learn approximately 50 nouns. Now their skills are being advanced by writing and saying from memory.
Write it.
Even the adults today who talk about oral failures. They are thinking about their own experiences going to the speech teacher or being at an oral school for the deaf and not being successful or really struggling to communicate.
Right. Finish it. You're finished. You forgot. That's right. Sit down, Flynn.
I can say that I was considered a successful oral person. For many years, I was mainstreamed in a public school. I was able to use my speech with my family and my friends. I had a lot of speech training. I used hearing aids and was trained auditorily. But in my mid-20s, when I went to graduate school, or I was in graduate school, I realized how hard I was working just trying to lip read. It would just completely wear me out.
My oral abilities were limited. I learned vocabulary in English, but I couldn't speak it. My parents were relying on my speech, so I couldn't show them my intelligence.
You asked me to speak so I could demonstrate how successful I was as an oral deaf person, but I understand that speaking's only one way, and that if I speak, the other person hears me. They assume that I don't need any sort of interpreting or any kind of sign or anything like that. They assume that I can hear them. That's the problem with speaking. It's a two-way communication. But that's why I don't. Because I don't want people to assume that I can't hear them. I can't. It's much easier just to turn off my voice.
I have always set my feet firmly in both the hearing worlds and the deaf worlds. I've always felt very comfortable in both worlds. I've always been hungry for information about both worlds. I've always wanted to be connected to people, to humanity. It doesn't matter whether they were hearing or deaf, and I'm very fortunate that I have the communication skills to do so relatively comfortably. I know that my speech is not exactly normal, but it's very understandable. That's gotten me through situations in communicating with hearing people.
It's common for deaf people to talk about two worlds, one hearing and one deaf. At times, these worlds seem to be two different planets. And so a special notion has evolved in the deaf community, a separate planet of sight without sound.
We have this planet, which we call Earth. We spell it E-A-R-T-H, so it relates to the ear, to speaking and hearing. There's this other planet, E-Y-E-T-H, and that relates to the eye and the visual. So there are two worlds. I grew up on Earth. Now I'm on this other planet, E-Y-E-T-H, a world where all these possibilities are open to me.
And now, an attempt to reach the deaf planet. Destination Ioth by deaf filmmaker Arthur Loon. But back in the early 20th century, America was on the planet Earth, not on the imaginary planet of Ioth. On Earth, discrimination against deaf people was so much a fact of life that by 1880, they had founded an organization to protect themselves, the National Association of the Deaf. In 1906, the U.S. Civil Service flatly stated that it would no longer allow deaf people to work for the government. So the NAD and its president prepared for battle.
George W. Veditz was the 7th president of the NAD. He was loud, forceful, clear and not ashamed. He got up and spoke out.
The fiery Veddits launched an aggressive grassroots campaign against the civil service decision. Letters poured in to elected officials. After 2 years of protest, Theodore Roosevelt repealed the guidelines. Deaf people had won the right to work for their country. The deaf themselves fought shoulder to shoulder, a proud Veddits wrote.
George W. Veddits was one of the most well-known presidents of the National Association of the Deaf. He was a beautiful writer, a beautiful signer, really a genius in every sense of the word.
George Veddits knew 4 languages. He raised chickens, wrote poetry, and worked as a printer, teacher, and newspaper editor. He won horticultural awards for his dahlias at the Colorado State Fair, and once earned a draw with the world chess champion in an exhibition match. In 1910, he started yet another project, making movies.
Starting around 1910, the NAD produced films in an effort to preserve sign language, shooting footage of signing masters. They raised funds and then produced a variety of films that showed these masters telling deaf people stories.
Before the invention of film, when sign language was shown, it was static. A drawing couldn't show the movement. The deaf community finally had a way to show what real sign language looked like.
The NAD films were like all the other films from their era, silent. Deaf actors were made for the medium. They could play hearing characters or deaf ones.
Silent films showed deaf characters as being dummies, objects of humor, but at least the deaf person could watch the film and understand it. That was lost after 1929.
Now a gala event ushers in a new era in motion pictures. With the premiere of a jazz singer starring Al Jolson, sound comes to the screen.
The transition from silent movies to talkies was a disaster for deaf people.
Another party? And what a party. We had to leave before it was half.
The talkies didn't change one thing. Deaf characters were still stereotypes.
Johnny Belinda won an Academy Award in 1948. The character, Belinda, is seen as this poor, innocent, weak woman. Her deafness makes her even more vulnerable.
The fact that this dummy character blossoms by using sign language was enough. The deaf community was excited and proud of the film. Even though the stereotype itself was terrible.
Belinda, searching, ever searching for happiness and understanding, but ready to fight with primitive fury.
I was concerned that my friends would see that character and think that all deaf people were like that.
Hollywood films weren't made for deaf people, but they had been creating their own diversions for years. Deaf communities had theatrical societies, literary circles, masquerade balls, organized debates, sports teams, and travel groups. The deaf culture that had taken root in the schools for deaf children cropped up all across the country in deaf clubs for adults. People came together to sign, to help each other, and quite simply, to have a good time.
My parents were deaf. My parents had many deaf friends. They had an active schedule. We went to the deaf clubs, went to deaf people's homes. It was a natural community for me as a kid growing up. Like a kid who grew up in a immigrant family where many of the friends spoke a different language. Instead of speaking Italian, our family spoke sign.
I love you. I love George Washington. I love my country too. I love the flag, the dear old flag of red and white and blue.
In Akron, Ohio, for example, they had a football and baseball team that consistently trounced hearing teams. Deaf people were intensely proud of that accomplishment, proud that their team could defeat a hearing one. In broader society, the status of deaf people frequently seemed inferior. But here, they could level that distance, be seen as equal to anybody else.
Gallaudet had one of the first college teams in the Washington, D.C. area. And legend has it that in the 1890s, deaf players made an innovation that would change the sport of football.
The team would get together and they would sign to each other. And they realized somebody that they were playing against on a hearing football team knew sign language and could read their plays. And so instead of just standing around discussing their strategy, they stood together in a huddle.
Deaf athletes were anyone's equal on the gridiron or the baseball field, but this equality did not apply in the wider world. Most hearing people regarded deafness as a problem, pure and simple, and the general inclination was almost always, fix it.
If you read and study the history of deaf America, you'll find that some parents will try anything to, quote, cure their deaf child.
Fathers like mine who tried different ways for their deaf sons to get their hearing back again. Most common one dealt with airplane flights. They would fly the plane, bring the deaf boy in the cockpit, plane would take off and do loops. Hoping the boy would get his hearing back again.
A surprising number of American parents turned to aviation for a cure. In his early career, the pilot Charles Lindbergh charged $50 for what he called deaf flights. But more often, parents put their hopes in medicine.
Doctor put on like a helmet, strapped and put earplugs, rubber caps in my ears. And then it was attached to box, remote control or something. He said then I'm going to turn it on and would slowly increase heat waves.
And if medicine did not work, maybe baseball.
My father thought, maybe if Bob can meet Babe Ruth, the Bambino, maybe he'd get a shock, a thrill, and get his hearing again. The babe comes out, says, "Hiya, kid." Me, I shook hands. I was thinking, I shook hands with the babe. It was wonderful. But I never got my hearing back. I was deaf as a poster.
My aunt took me to this revival. Then they called me and took me up there, and I stood there in front of the preacher. And he touched my ear and just sort of shook, and he started praying and shouting and shaking me. I was so embarrassed. I didn't know what the hell he was trying to do. I had no idea. And after a while, he gave up. Later, I learned that it was my fault, because he said I didn't have enough faith. So that's why you're speaking to a deaf man today.
I'm a proud person who happens to be deaf. I don't want to change it. I don't want to wake up and suddenly say, oh my God, I can hear. That's not my dream. It's not my dream. I've been raised deaf. I'm used to the way I am. I don't want to change it. Why would I ever want to change it? Because I'm used to it. I'm happy.
After my third child was born, our doctor came up to us saying that our baby might not be able to hear. My response is, oh, for crying out loud, we have two children who are deaf. I'm ready to take my child home or a parent.
Even in the first decades of the 20th century, deaf people wanted to focus on what they could do, not what they couldn't. In residential schools, they were taught manual trades, shoemaking, woodworking, printing, frequently with great success. When they encountered a problem, they often came up with their own solution. Few companies would sell life insurance to deaf people, so deaf businessmen founded their own company to do exactly that. And when deaf people felt excluded from church services, they held their own.
A congregation which can neither hear nor speak comes to the Evangelical Church of the Deaf each Sunday to worship together. The congregation, through sign language, brings new beauty and majesty to age-old church rituals.
I was born hearing, and then later I became deaf. I started going to a hearing church to worship, but I was missing so much. When I found out about a deaf church, I thought I'd try that. And I saw the choir signing music, and the drum, and I felt so inspired. The preacher was good. And I could get worship here with deaf people. It was a great change in my life.
Most of the people who are deaf in the U.S. today are more typically like this church here. Average or poor working class people, and economic things are tough. And by the end of the month, it's tough here. But at the same time, this church can make a difference.
After church, it kind of feels like a club. Good relationships, close. I can talk with all different kinds of people, tell them how I feel, my emotions, get them out. It's like a family, good relationships, a lot of love and sharing, understanding, openness from everyone.
But deaf society was like American society, and that wasn't always good. In 1925, after an African-American couple tried to attend the NAD convention, the deaf organization explicitly banned black people from joining. The ban was in place for 40 years. In the South, deaf schools, like all schools, were segregated for decades.
At the Black Deaf School, our Black Deaf culture flourished. We had basketball games, we had our dances, we had black teachers. Moving then to the White Deaf School, we all used sign language, but the signs that were being used were very different. the white deaf students would fingerspell and then add some signs. As a black deaf person, they would look at my signing and say, that doesn't look like what they did as white deaf students. And so I found myself humiliated. I thought I was inferior and that somehow our signs were inferior to the signs that they were using. And so I tried to put away my signs and instead adopt the signs that were used by the white students.
Playground.
School ground.
But deaf students, black and white, had many school experiences in common. For one thing, many had gone through the audiogram, a test that measures the ability to detect sound.
Farewell.
Farewell.
And now, an irreverent introduction to the audiogram. Listen, by deaf filmmaker Kimby Kaplan.
Now, the audiogram is essentially a graph of a person's hearing. Basically, the only thing I have in common with an audiogram is that I have one done every single year. So if this doesn't make sense, my audiogram reads at 90 in the left ear, which is my good ear, which means that if I ever have children, God help them because I ain't. And that means if I get an important phone call from the president, oops, he missed that one.
My hands away, and I'm not did speak, and that when I talk with you,
She smells good, and we
met.
A lot of people find it annoying, especially when I'm eating and my jaw is moving a lot and it's going, or I'm trying to have a conversation with you and my jaw moves and it, or when you are getting hot and heavy with someone and that starts to go off again. Most people think when they look at somebody, if they're wearing a hearing aid in one ear, not in the other, they can hear in the hearing aid that they're not wearing.
Which is not always the case. I've had a lot of people just immediately start talking to my right ear. At which point I immediately dance around them, and then they immediately think, oh my God, what a freak. And then we proceed from there.
The audiologist gets your headphones adjusted, and the way he or she goes at having you repeat the same list of words you've repeated all your life. Baseball, hot dog, rainbow.
Audiograms and hearing aids are relatively recent steps in the long parade of deaf technology. Predecessors included the ear trumpet, the ear dome, the vacuophone. But deaf people were unable to use one piece of technology, Alexander Graham Bell's invention, the telephone, for the first 90 years of its existence.
I was always trying to find a way to use the telephone. I even thought about Morse code. I had enough theory that I can use Morse code. But the problem is, who else wants to learn Morse code? No one.
Deaf people have to depend on if you make calls, call if you're sick, call from your boss that can't go to work. I remember myself when I was a young boy. I was in college and my father had heart surgery and I couldn't call home. I had no teeth to write them. There were many stories of the people who died, but they couldn't call for emergency. We had to write letters, go to the person's house, knock at the door, nobody home, even out. They come over, we're not home, even out.
When I was in high school, and a lot of my friends had their own dates and experience, and I don't want to be left out or be different from others. I want to show my friends that I do every day. But I don't know how to approach the girl. I would rather use the phone and the expert date. So I have to ask my mother or father, mostly my mother, because my father is so uncomfortable calling to me. And that is unreal. I'm sorry to say, anybody I can, because I can explain me to ask my mother or my sister or brother to make a phone call and explain to me.
Deaf people needed something that seemed like a contradiction in terms. A deaf telephone. In 1964, a California scientist took a shot at inventing that very thing. Robert Whitebrecht was himself deaf. A brilliant physicist, he'd worked on the Manhattan Project. He lived by himself in a house crammed with spare electrical parts.
He was very much a loner. He was a very lonely person too. His best friends were dogs. He loved dogs. And he had a personality that was sometimes hard to get along with. He never married. He was married to an ideal. That ideal was access to telephone communication. He was obsessed about that.
Whitebrecht developed a way to make telephone communication visible, using a modem and a teletypewriter.
Each key, each letter, each number on the keyboard were converted to a sound. Those sounds were transmitted through the telephone lines. Then on the other end of the line, another modem would convert back to printed word.
With partners James Marsters and Andrew Sachs, he tested the system. At first, all they got was gibberish. Then, in May 1964, the teletypewriter printed out, in clear English, the first deaf telephone conversation in history. It worked, and deaf people began to build their own phone network, one household at a time.
I remember that first conversation. Paul called me, started typing. Came word. Then I started typing the person, why you type it so slow? And I just cannot believe you type it to me and I'm getting it. But then soon I was typing.
Each user needed to find a phone, a modem, and a teletypewriter. This was not easy. The teletypewriters weighed about 200 pounds, and most were owned by telephone companies, which wouldn't give equipment away, even broken down equipment. But deaf people found their own, locating office machinery in warehouse sales and scavenging teletypewriters from scrapyards.
What to do in telegram, we put them in our basement, put them in our garage. I saw the wall between the two communities break down. Because for once we could communicate with other deaf people who did not have similar communication methods.
By 1982, the number of TTYs had grown from Whitebrecht's initial 2 to 180,000. The TTY was a giant step for deaf people, but it was just the first one. Over the next 25 years, they would be closed captioning for TV, relay calls, pagers, and video phones. Technology was working for the deaf world.
When we decided to build here on the beach for our retirement house, we decided that we wanted to have a house that was open and clear, accessible, and deaf-friendly. What makes it a deaf house? It has to have a lot of open spaces. It has to let people see each other. Every time somebody rings the doorbell, the lights flash throughout the house.
Technology has really had a strong influence on us. Now we can watch TV and see things that are captioned. It's easier to sit down in our living room and watch TV than get in your car and drive to your local group where they had an old 16mm projector to see a film. Now we will just turn on the TV and the captions are there. The caption films are there. It is great, but it takes away from the fellowship.
New Englanders manufacture a variety of valuable products from inexpensive raw materials. The making of tiny microphones to be used in hearing aids for deaf people is one of Camden's newest enterprises.
In the second half of the 20th century, technology changed life for deaf people. In that same era, sign language made a stunning comeback. The change began in 1955, when a young professor named William Stokey came to teach at Gallaudet. Stokey was a hearing man, but his subject for research would be sign language, a method of communication about which Stokey himself knew almost nothing.
We thought, who the hell are you? You don't know deaf people, you didn't grow up with us, you come from another university, and you decide that you know all about sign language?
In fact, very few people knew all about sign language. Hearing people considered it a set of gestures that conveyed only the simplest ideas. Many deaf people used it, but they'd been taught to believe that sign was a pale imitation of the spoken word.
I grew up oral until about 7th grade. When I did see other deaf people signing, I thought they were apes, monkeys. What's that funny behavior? What are they doing? Why don't they just talk?
At Gallaudet, Stokey observed sign language in the hands of masters. He saw that students and deaf faculty were not simply putting English words into signs. There was nothing broken or inadequate about sign, he wrote. On the contrary, it was a complete language of its own.
Bill Stokey did something that shook people up. He offered the idea that it was possible to have language in sign. Even deaf people themselves were pretty upset when Stokey had suggested that sign was a language. They had really bought that idea that ASL was not a language.
William Stokey was not the typical professor. He rode a motorcycle, played bagpipes in the Gallaudet campus, and stubbornly persisted in his research, though he received little encouragement. In 1960, when he presented his early findings on sign language structure, he was criticized by the hearing faculty for taking sign too seriously, and by the deaf faculty for openly discussing a topic that many deaf people kept to themselves.
Many of our deaf friends recall the embarrassment of signing in public. They'd sign low or smaller if they went to a restaurant or to any other public place.
During our lives, my wife and I were brainwashed. We were made to believe that signing was a shameful thing.
In 1965, the team of William Stokey, Dorothy Casterline, and Carl Kroneberg published a dictionary of American Sign Language. Their dictionary was not alphabetical, but visual, arranging words by the sign's hand shape, location, and movement. We were perceived as the lunatic fringe, Stokey wrote, and we enjoyed that. But their work showed beyond a doubt that ASL is a true language, with its own structure and its own rules, a language that uses the entire body, that accommodates nuance, metaphor, and even mistakes. What's called a slip of the tongue in spoken language is, in sign, a slip of the hand.
The linguistic study of ASL that emerged in the 1960s and 70s helped the deaf community. The deaf education community realized that signing has an important place in the classroom.
Deaf people use different kinds of ASL depending on the circumstances. And people have their styles. It depends on where you come from. People from southern states have their own dialect. And that dialect is different from the north, the west, or the eastern states. And there are different signs in different regions. And each region will have its own popular lingo as well.
People always considered my mother an oral success. She spoke well and could write English fluently. My father's speech and writing was not so good. He was called an oral failure. So they were quite different linguistically, and we saw my father as a failure and my mother as a success.
Growing up, I thought of my father as not very smart, and my mother as quite intelligent. Later, I went to college and studied ASL grammar and structure. When I went home and saw how my father signed, I was astounded. He signed beautiful ASL with grammatical features and structure, exactly what I had learned in college. My mother, on the other hand, had less of those features. Her ASL was so-so. My father's ASL was outstanding. His English was not great. My mother's was better. But all my life, I'd thought of my father as a language-less person, the dumb one. After learning about ASL, I saw him completely differently.
People have recognized that our family had a unique style of sign language because we were so close to one another, and they identified it as a Sapala family accent, if you will.
I noticed there are some signs that black deaf people use that white deaf people would not use. That black deaf people show more expression and physically get more into it, like when they sign girl, you see that with the head nod and the body language to reflect that. And that's just a black way of communicating as opposed to how a white person might say it, just girl, whereas a black person would say, yeah, girl. I mean, they really show that black way of signing, and that comes through very clearly.
Watching a person tell a story in American Sign Language is like watching a movie. You can see this particular hand movement indicating a person walking a particular path. And you can create dialogue by the way people use body shifts, eye gaze, and head shifts. Special effects, too. You can actually do slow motion. So you see a lot of techniques in ASL storytelling and film that are strikingly very similar.
And now, a story of life and death in film and ASL. Vital Signs, by deaf filmmaker Wayne Betts.
Your heart is having problems. You may only have a week to live.
What? Only 1 week left to live? The world stops making sense. He sees the doctor talking to him, and then he turns and sees the interpreter signing, and then he gets up and walks out. Outside, he sits down and wonders, how am I going to tell my wife? Looking out over the rail of a bridge to the river below, he turns around, sits on the rail, and he thinks, I'll just let myself go. Falling, falling. Sinking, sinking, blacking out. Suddenly he wakes up. He looks over at his wife. And she starts to wake up. She says, hey, honey, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. She gets up, hurt and angry, and she storms out. He lies down, but feels his heart. His heart. I've got to tell my wife. But she's gone. He rushes to the window and looks down. He can see her taking off in her car. He jumps into his car, turns, gets on the highway. Finally, he sees her car, but it's empty. Where is she? He jumps out and starts walking. There she is. My wife. But my heart, it hurts. She gets farther and farther away. He tries to catch up, but he falls to his knees. To the ground. His heart.
For decades, deaf clubs had their own drama groups, but they always played to an entirely deaf audience. In the 1960s, as sign language itself gained respect, a startling new company began to perform in sign for the general public, the National Theatre of the Deaf.
Have you ever imagined what it would be like to be really deaf?
I don't know. It's not an easy question.
What would you miss most?
Probably music.
Tonight.
5, Jim. 5 minutes.
I'm not teasing you, Bernard. There's a performance tonight. Yes.
Bernard?
I was born during the time of the Great Depression. So many people were out of work. My father and so many of his friends would sit and talk and complain, express their frustrations in terms of looking for jobs and not being able to find any, and discrimination against the deaf.
These are dreams, fantasies, wishes, and pressing memories.
I started to feel afraid for my own future.
Bernard's fear, finding himself on stage, suddenly, unprepared.
Stand by.
What would become of me? What would my life be like? NTD was established in 1967. We had no idea what it would mean to us as deaf people and mean to hearing people in general. No idea until we opened in New York and I read the reviews.
Welcome to our world.
And they were all so positive.
Enter. Let us sing together.
At NTD, we performed a lot of different kinds of theater, from children's drama to Shakespeare.
It's simple.
But we created a new play, My Third Eye, by experimenting with our own stories. To introduce the hearing audience to ASL, we would sign 3 blind mice, and we would invite people to learn how to sign it. But that was too fast. People weren't able to do that. The whole play was built on our own dreams and memories and imagination. It was easy for deaf people to follow because it was part of the deaf world.
Bucket. 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 Bucket.
NTD introduced thousands of hearing people to deaf culture. To the fact that deaf people had for decades shared language, performance, and even poetry, which can be created in sign language or written first in English and then interpreted through sign.
I'd like to do a poem for you that I think is really evocative, so very visual. And the name of the poem is Flowers and Moonlight on the Spring Water. evening. River. Spring flowers. Moonlight. Stars.
By the late 1960s, deaf people could claim a recognized language, a renowned theater company, and their own technical college. The National Technical Institute for the Deaf opened in Rochester in 1968. Other colleges, too, began offering courses in deaf culture and American Sign Language.
A while back, I was teaching ASL, and I noticed a sharp increase in hearing students coming in. I was curious. I said, "Why do you want to learn sign language?" And they said, "Oh, I saw Children of a Lesser God."
Children of a Lesser God.
Help me. Teach me.
Love has a language all its own. Marley Matlin.
I was doing the stage production of Children of a Lesser God in Chicago, a smaller role. My agent called to ask me one question. She said, "Would you be willing to be nude?" And I had to think of a good answer. I said, "I'm an actor." "Go ahead," as I said on the teletypewriter. 2 minutes later, she called back and she said, "You got it."
Well, first she was beautiful. She had a good figure, very attractive, and she swam in the nude. And boy, people woke up. And they realized that she's deaf, but she does everything else. I was really excited about the movie because it was the first time deaf people had had a star.
Children of a Lesser God was a seminal film for many reasons. A deaf person had a leading role and used sign language throughout the whole film. It also shows relationship of deaf people not just being in isolation by themselves, but interacting with a community and a variety of different ways of use of sign language.
It was an important success for deaf actors, but it had problems as well. Some of the editing cut off signs, and that was important because most of the films of children that were shown around the United States in 1986, 87 didn't have captions.
When I got the Oscar, it was great. Obviously, it was great. And I got a review from a few movie critics who said, one would say that she was great, she won the Oscar, congratulations, Marley Matlin did great, but it was a sympathy vote. Because essentially, she's just a deaf actress playing a deaf role. When I went back to the Oscars to present the Oscar for Best Actor,
by nominating the following actors for Best Performance in a Leading Role, you have honored each one magnificently.
The nominees for Best Actor in a Motion Picture are...
I spoke the names of the actors. The right person got up and got the award, so I must have said something right.
Many people had hoped that she would be a pioneer from our community. That she would sign at the awards, and that would impress the audience.
Just a few days later, there was a magazine, a deaf magazine, that said, "Offensive." And I was like, what now? I got used to hearing people making comments about me, but now I was getting it from deaf people because I chose to speak.
And we all looked to her for validation. But when she spoke, our hopes were dashed.
I wasn't thinking, I'm standing in front of hearing people, and I'm deaf, and I'm Marley Matlin, and don't forget it. I didn't even think of it that way. I was just a normal human being who was giving an award.
Marley Matlin's decision to speak at the Oscars was controversial within the deaf community, but in the wider hearing world, her award was a symbol of the changing times. For decades, minorities in the U.S. had been demanding greater rights. Deaf people now joined the struggle.
We rode on the wave of the civil rights movement to make some changes. We had the right to education. We had the right to interpreters. We had the right to captioning. And we need to be thankful to the civil rights movement.
The most significant civil rights struggle in deaf history began small, with a group of young Gallaudet alumni who shared a dream: a deaf president for Gallaudet.
There were very, very few people who could envision having a deaf president of Gallaudet. During the summer of 1987, when we knew the president was leaving, we felt it would be a good idea to start talking about a deaf president, to get the word out.
We looked at other universities, such as historically black colleges. Their presidents were black. And we thought, well, you know, they're already doing it. Why can't we have a deaf president at Gallaudet?
Some people said, how could a deaf president be a good recruiter for students? How could they do fundraising if they were deaf? How would a deaf person be able to communicate well? And so, in a way, they were asking questions about our own value and our own ability to get along in the world.
The crucial moment arrived in March 1988. The Board of Trustees had chosen 3 finalists, 1 hearing, 2 deaf. But on March 6th, the board made its choice. The new president was Dr. Elizabeth Zinser, the only hearing candidate. As the news spread, a protest began.
No, you! What?
Everybody was mad.
When? The world got covered!
We were ready to get arrested. Then Gary Olson, who was the former executive director of the NAD, stood up and got everybody's attention. And he said, we're standing here in the middle of the street, in the middle of the cold, and we don't know what to do. The board is over there at the Mayflower Hotel, drinking their fancy wine, eating delicious food, and laughing at us. Talk about inciting a group of people. Then we just all started to move.
We didn't even know where the hotel was. We had no idea where we were going. We just came out of the front gate and started marching. And the police kept coming up and saying, you can't march. You don't have a permit. But we just kept on walking.
According to DCP, you'll be arrested. Your position.
Okay, wait. I want an announcement. The board will meet. We have a meeting with 2 representatives. Tim, Rarely, and Rosen.
No. That's a good.
People,
600, 700 people, 1,000 said they will not wait for you any longer. They cannot wait for you. They will move. They will keep up.
That was just mind-boggling to the board, because we as a group showed up wanting an answer. Why did you pick Dr. Zinser?
You say that the woman Zinser is the best qualified? The best qualified? I don't know what Zinser can do that King and Corson cannot do. But what? Exactly what?
I want you to try to give her a chance. Let her talk to you. See, when the campus...
A lot of student leaders started emerging when the protest began. And they immediately went and hot-wired some school buses. Hearing people were shocked to learn that deaf people knew how to hotwire. But they took all the buses, blocked all the exits, and flattened the tires.
What followed was the most celebrated event in deaf history. For 7 days, the Deaf President Now movement held rallies and press conferences, took over the campus TV station, and shut down classes. The protesters controlled the campus. Even the vice president found himself locked out.
The board refused to change their minds, but agreed to a public meeting with the students in the gym on Monday.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tim, Lawrence, I don't know where you are. Are you around somewhere?
As soon as the chairman, Jane Spillman, started talking, Dr. Harvey Goodstein cut her off, and he said, "The board has not agreed to our demands. There's no point in listening. Let's go." And then the fire alarms went off. There were a lot of lights. It was noisy. But for deaf people, you know, there was no noise. It was just some flashing lights. Time to get out of the building. And Spillman, you could see Spillman waving her hand, trying to get people's attention. And they just ignored her and left. And then she said, "How can you understand me with all this noise?"
The world jumped into the wagon with us. Really, that's what hit me the most. I could see students' faces. You could see it in their eyes. They just started to light up. This is something we can do. Students were realizing, wow, the press actually showed up and listened to us. And that's when I said, oh, this is for real.
What are you and other students going to do if the board does not change its mind and Ms. Zinsser does become the president?
We will stay with our demands. We will not give up. We will not concede. We do not feel at this point that we can compromise. We have been conceding so many things for so many years that we feel that this time it's their turn to compromise and make the concessions.
They are not going to give in. What will you do?
Well, at this point in time, I am serving as president. I came into Washington today not having anticipated taking on my responsibility.
But when the newly appointed president came to Washington, she could not set foot on the Gallaudet campus. The protesters simply refused to budge.
Are the students prepared to continue blocking the entrance as long as the board refuses to meet the demands?
We give up our soul in order to get a deaf president.
I remember being interviewed by a reporter from Jerusalem. And he wanted to know what was happening, why we were doing this. And I just said, I'm doing this for my parents. They have suffered. They have been discriminated against and oppressed.
We tend to view the majority as being the oppressor, in that they really don't want us to succeed. But during that week, during the protest, ABC News took a poll, and they asked people if they supported the protest. They found 93% of the population supported us. 93%. I have never seen 93% in a poll like that before.
I want to say to you, in your own language, I love you. This is where the American Postal Workers Union stands.
Support came from all over. Groups across the country sent money and help.
A sign 3 times, please, a sign is 3 times for the people here. Deaf President Now.
Everywhere, students shut down deaf schools. Even politicians chimed in. Jesse Jackson and the Vice President, George Bush, sent letters of support.
We felt a real connection to the civil rights fight. We even borrowed the banner, "We Have a Dream," that came from the civil rights marches. We were so proud to be able to carry that.
In Washington today, some 2,500 jubilant Gallaudet students and their supporters rallied on Capitol Hill after forcing the resignation of the newly named president at the School for the Deaf. Elizabeth Ann Zinser resigned last night after being named to the post Sunday. Students shut the school down all week with their protest. Today, they vowed to press for other demands.
Today, I submitted my resignation from the chairmanship of the Board of Trustees of Gallaudet University and from the board.
Unconditional surrender. After a 9-hour meeting, the trustees accepted all the student demands. DPN changed American politics. People who were supposedly unable to handle responsibility had organized a powerful protest, taken over a college, and won. 2 years later, Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act, a law that made it illegal to discriminate against people with disabilities.
It's interesting. When I talked to my kids about what happened, they were so surprised. There was a hearing president? And I'm like, yes, there was a hearing president.
All of the future presidents of Gallaudet will be deaf. I would guess they'll all be deaf in different ways. Oh, one person will be deaf in his or her way, and another person will be deaf in his or her way, and that's fine. So I work to encourage people to understand that there's not one way to be deaf.
Deafness, in a sense, is a pliable state, a way of being that can be changed or shaped, like a marshmallow. And now, that's My Marshmallow, by deaf filmmaker Tracy Salloway.
This is a stanza story, and this is my story. Back in 1964, my grandmother encouraged my mother to take me to see a doctor.
Anna, you're blocking your sister's view. Anna's not responding. Maybe something's wrong with her.
I've completed the physical examination on your daughter. Unfortunately, your daughter has difficulties with communication and shows sign of cognitive impairment. Basically, she's mentally retarded.
There's nothing wrong with your daughter's behavior.
I don't see anything wrong with the child. She will be fine.
Man, go home. There's nothing wrong with your daughter.
Diagnosis shows that your daughter is deaf.
Then I started auditory and speech programs that would take years of practice.
Okay? Say the word airplane.
Airplane.
Say the word cowboy.
Cowboy. When I was 12 years old, I had my first slumber party. I tried to hide the fact of my deafness.
California.
You laughing, Jim?
Are you deaf?
Okay, girls, it's time to go to sleep.
I wanted to admit I was deaf, but I was afraid to show my true self. It was as if I didn't yet know how to be deaf.
Good morning, boys and girls. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the
I
flag
was
of
confused.
the United States of America,
Did I want to have deaf friends?
for which it stands, one nation,
Did I want to speak or sign?
liberty and justice for all.
Now we're going to begin a spelling test.
Spell the word magic. Spell the word secret. Spell the word death.
develop my connections with people who know sign language. I support oral and American Sign Language method. That is myself, inside and out, my marshmallow, my story. What is yours?
Today, the parents of deaf children face some forbidding and agonizing questions. How should we teach our deaf children to communicate? What kind of school should they have? Should we put our faith in technology?
Juliet failed the hearing screening in the hospital. They said she wasn't hearing up to 112 decibel levels, which means you could not hear a jet engine if you were standing right next to it. And that's when the audiologist gave us a binder about cochlear implants.
They took some food outside.
They took some food outside.
Since the mid-1980s, a powerful medical technology has become increasingly popular. The cochlear implant bypasses part of the ear and sends electrical impulses directly to the auditory nerve. Part of the device is internal, surgically embedded within the ear. The implant is permanent, and the procedure destroys any residual hearing in the affected ear.
I just couldn't believe we could actually do this, what seems so invasive. But you might be able to see, there's a little, there's like what's essentially a magnet, kind of globs on like the refrigerator magnets. And this is just a microphone, and then she's wearing a box at her body level, which is a processor.
When I put these on, pick it up with the magnet. Then I turn it on, and I hear sound. And it had nothing to do with the ear, don't know ear mode or anything. The first time I went for my pick, when I heard sound for the first time, they put it on processor. And because I had experience with hearing aid with an ear mode, I sort of tried to listen here. The first sound I heard was up here. And I said, there's something up here, it's an ear, then a sound. And I thought, my ear's up here. They really went through my head, not up here.
People think the cochlear implant is an automatic way to learn spoken language. However, there are millions of ear cells that pick up and transmit sound to the brain that the cochlear implant cannot replicate. The cochlear implant only has about like 26 channels, and it's not enough to really parallel normal hearing. It means that the child has to work hard to learn what the sounds mean.
Before she had her cochlear implant, we all decided we would try to learn how to sign, because it just gave her access to concepts. I mean, even before the implant went in, she could ask. She had, I don't know, maybe 10 signs at that point: water, milk, you know, her bear, that she, her bear. And now with the implant, the signing, I feel, has been kind of a bridge between the words she's hearing and the words we're signing, and she knows this sound, milk, means milk, and she's been picking up. Her first words that she said have been her signing words.
I remember when I was growing up, because I was so, say, disconnected from my parents and the fact that they enjoyed music and hearing everything, and it was very tough for me. I can remember my mom trying to introduce me to other deaf people. And I did meet one girl who had the same background as I. She, though, had a cochlear implant, and it was very successful for her. And I thought, well, whatever it is, I want what she has. I was just looking for a way that I could get hooked back into their world and feel a part of it, like I belonged there somehow.
What is today? What's today? Thanksgiving, right. Thursday, Thanksgiving. Right. Are you an Indian, dressed up like an Indian?
Yes.
What are those? Feathers. Yeah. Right. And what's the blue thing on your pack? That helps you hear better. It sure does. A lot of money. Yes, there was a lot of money.
I used it a lot. Use it when I was in bed. I was asleep and I would have it on. It didn't feel like it could connect totally 100% with the hearing world, but at least I was a little closer that way.
Where are they going?
In those early years, I was placed in a deaf program, and that was within a hearing elementary school, so it's a mainstream setting. And then I started to recognize that I was different from everyone else. I started to begin to think, what makes me different from them? And it was this box and this wire that was attached to my head. And so I quit wearing it. I just took it off. In about 10th grade, I decided that I needed a better social life. So I started checking things out. I was very assertive in my research. I came upon the Florida School for the Deaf and made the switch to that school. And I went back to wearing the implant again, and I began wearing it all the time. So it's kind of unusual, just the opposite of what you would think, because my parents were very concerned that once I went to the School for the Deaf that I would stop wearing it entirely. I wouldn't speak any longer. I wouldn't wear the implant, but the opposite is what happened, and it's because I had confidence in myself. Everybody there was just like I was. Everybody else had a problem with their hearing, so it was okay. It gave me the opportunity to wear my implant and feel like I fit in and really take advantage of everything that it had to offer.
An implant often means a kind of balancing act, balancing a deaf life with the arrival of sound, and even balancing the sound itself. And now, adjusting to life with 2 cochlear implants. Equilibrium by deaf filmmaker Adrian Mangiardi. Parents of deaf children face another daunting choice. What kind of school is right for my child? It's a crucial question. Most deaf children today are mainstreamed, but there are still schools exclusively for deaf students. These deaf schools vary widely in their approach, so the environments at two schools can seem like two different planets. At the Maryland School for the Deaf, every class is taught in sign language.
We teach kids how to read and write, count, learn about science, history, government, computers, career and technology, and so forth. We want our students to receive information directly from their teachers, meaning no interpreters are involved. All of our teachers sign.
Which is the angle of X?
When you're done with that, you can clean up the equipment.
Did you all read it already? Okay, let's have your paper.
I want to change my paper.
That last paragraph of yours, do you mind expanding on it?
I was born hearing and at 14 months got a severe illness and lost my hearing then. But my parents didn't know quite what to do with me as a deaf child, so they looked for information about schools.
Daniel was the first deaf person that either one of us have ever met. The first thing I thought was I wanted him to talk, but as we became more and more educated in deafness, I'm trying to figure, how can somebody who can't hear learn without having some type of visual language? First thing we did was call the deaf school.
Language is developed from the ages of 0 to 5, regardless of whether it's a signed language or Italian or English. We realized that sign language was something that could be adopted by a very young person very quickly as a first language. That was my most important thing, is to have him have a language. If you walk through this campus, the only thing that you see that's different is this is quiet and a public school is loud. The same conversations go on, the same things happen in every aspect of this school as any other school.
Daniel's first language is ASL, and our second language is signing. The issues are the same. I've talked about sex with him. We've talked about, you know, all kinds of different things. And I feel like we're not missing anything. We've both immersed ourselves into the deaf culture. We've both have deaf friends that we see and we communicate with.
I'm in both worlds. I'm in the hearing world. I'm in the deaf world. I mean, I'm lucky because my parents can sign. Some of these other kids have no opportunity to communicate with their parents. They can only write back and forth, and the parents only have minimal signs like, I love you, and that's it. So definitely, I want to thank my parents for everything they've done for me.
If Daniel wants to get a cochlear implant when he's 25 years old, he's free to do that.
If he wanted to put a hearing aid on, and we tried hearing aids when he was younger, that's a different story. You can always take that out. A cochlear implant is such a permanent thing. Would I like him to hear music? Would I like him to hear the rain? Would I like him to hear the leaves rustling in the ground? He has no idea what that sounds like, so he's not missing any of it. But yes, I would like that to happen. I mean, that would be something that would be wonderful, I think, for any deaf person to hear. But a miracle to one day Daniel, I'll turn around and Daniel is hearing, that would not be who he is as a person.
I play air hockey.
Who's that?
Mom was jogging.
The other day when I came to your classroom, we talked about...
The Clark School in Northampton, Massachusetts, has always been a strictly oral school.
My first stage is finding Irish. This island is very small, and it's just about 285 miles off northwest of Hawaii coast.
sign is never used in the classroom.
Stop it, Julie. Stop it, Julie. Flowers.
It used to be that you were dealing strictly with vision and very limited auditory input. Today, what you're dealing with is almost exclusively auditory input, either through high-quality hearing aids or through cochlear implantation, which takes a child, or has the potential to take a child who is profoundly, even totally deaf by any acoustic standard, and to give that child the opportunity to become hard of hearing.
I'm deaf and my sister is deaf, and I have two hearing parents that are very helpful, and they'll take care of me and they'll repeat when I don't understand things, and my sister too. And I'll help my sister, and we both understand how it is to be deaf. It needs to be tighter because it's too loose.
Why you showed it my shirt?
We were overwhelmed when we found out, first of all, about Patrick's hearing loss. It's something that we suspected, and it wasn't confirmed until he was 9 months old.
We took a leap. We trusted the people here at Clark, and we put him into the preschool, and within a year, he had pretty much stopped signing except at home, because they don't sign here. And he was speaking.
And the implant has helped me a lot. I can keep up with people when they talk, and I can talk on the phone, and I can understand the music, like to the lyrics, more often.
Don't assume that technology will fix your child, because it won't. My children are both very high-functioning oral deaf children, young adults, but they are deaf. They are still deaf. They will always be deaf.
Today, enrollment at many deaf schools is on the decline. 85% of deaf children spend their entire education in regular public schools, in mainstream programs. Deaf children in those classrooms use hearing aids, cochlear implants, or sign language interpreters to follow lectures and discussions.
I was in a mainstream program. I was surrounded by hearing people. I never was segregated into a deaf classroom. My friends, in general, I would say treated me pretty good, with the exception of the cochlear implant, which was really obvious. Then the remarks started to come. They called me a freak. They said I was strange. They'd say, "What's that? Is it really part of your body? It's like a foreign object."
Often, because deafness is a low incidence disability, they may be the only child in the classroom, or maybe in their grade or in their school. And so they can stand out in that way. And so if we don't do some things to help them be successful in the mainstream, they may struggle and have other effects down the road.
When we're raised orally as solitaires, and then at some point in our lives, when we're 12, when we're 18, when we're 25, when we're 40, we realize that there's a whole group of people like us who use sign language. It's just like, wow. And so I call that Met Deaf Wow. It's like a common experience. You grow up, you think you're the only one, and then you find out you're not alone, and you're like thrilled to meet other people who have your common experience, and you just want to be with them, become friends, learn the language, hang out. You're home.
I'm not normal. And I'd like to remain that way. I like being different. But of course, as I was growing up, I always wanted to be normal. So I think I learned how to sort of make my way through that fine line of being normal and being who I am. In terms of a disability, I don't view myself as having a disability whatsoever. I function like any hearing person can. My deafness does not deprive me of anything. I can do anything I want. Except maybe sing.
Back in my Gallaudet days, I was a student at the university, and I was walking down the hallway in the dorms one day, and I felt the vibration. There was something going on. there was a guy playing a guitar, earphones connected right to the guitar. And I was just like, wow, you know, I'm a drummer.
And I said, well, where are your drums? And he said, well, I don't have them with me. So I told him to use the chair and use a ruler for his sticks. And I said, show me what you have.
Beethoven's Nightmare is a really unique band, consisting of 3 deaf musicians. Each of us have our own instruments. We have a drummer, we have a bass guitar, and we have a rhythm guitar. And one person tries to sing.
The way I play, I depend on a lot of vibrations, so we play really, really loud, enough for us to hear and feel it. You know, you go to regular rock concerts and they are loud, and it made me wonder, how do they stand it? Because it's really too loud for the regular hearing person. They're going to become deaf themselves, but for us, we already are, so it's perfect.
As deaf people, we have a rhythm inside our bodies, and we're famous for being storytellers. It's a huge, important part of deaf culture. If you can see a beautiful storyteller telling a story in ASL, it's just fantastic. And to pair it with that beat, the creativity that it elicits is wonderful. It can really be paired with any story you want. ASL is a beautiful language, and we don't want to lose the language.
We're always going to have some fear, in my opinion. I think that's part of being a cultural group, being embedded within a larger society. People who are different from us. We're constantly living in some fear in the back of our minds that we will lose what we have.
I know there are people who think with genetics, with technology, with changes that are happening in the future that deafness will disappear. I don't believe that. I think there always will be deafness, and there always will be a need for people who are not deaf to understand deaf people.
What's wrong with being deaf? I'm deaf. I'm fine. I function fine. I drive. I have a family. I've made a baby. I make people laugh. I travel. What the hell is going on? I have to hear? That has nothing to do with it. It's all about knowledge. It's about the heart. It's about abilities, about doing something you want and getting what you want out of life. And not because you get a cochlear implant and everything is going to be great. No. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, no. Knowledge is the most powerful vehicle to success. Not hearing, not speaking, reading, yes. Reading and taking in all that book knowledge and being able to use it. That's the power of the universe, the force, knowledge, not hearing. So thank you very much. The end. Roll credits.
To further explore the history of deaf life in America, visit pbs.org. Through Deaf Eyes is available on videocassette or DVD with additional features. The companion book is also available. To order, call PBS Home Video at 1-800-PLAY-PBS. Major funding for Through Deaf Eyes is provided by
This program has been made possible by the National Endowment for the Humanities, expanding America's understanding for more than 30 years of who we were, who we are, and who we will be.
the Annenberg Foundation, the National Endowment for the Arts, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
We are PBS.
Chittenden is proud to sponsor this program on Vermont Public Television. Chittenden, for over 100 years providing financial planning and solutions for Vermonters. Whether you're 7 or 70, Chittenden can help you prepare for what lies ahead. This program is also supported by contributing members like you.
Viewers supported statewide. Vermont Public Television. The VPT Travel and Leisure online auction is back and better than ever. Click to the auction website at vpt.org to view auction items and to place your bids. Bid on a 2007 Toyota Prius powered by Toyota's hybrid Synergy drive with an EPA estimated 60 miles per gallon in the city and 70% less smog-forming emissions. And it's courtesy of your New England Toyota dealers. It's waiting online in the VPT Travel and Leisure online auction. Preview items now at vpt.org. Live bidding April 15th through the 29th. And don't miss our auction preview program April 15th through the 29th. Everyone who registers will be entered in the raffle for a 32-inch JVC HD TV, courtesy of the Superstore. So log on and bid.
Next time, in the Middle East, Arab news media are booming. Why should the U.S. tune in?
America has never been less influential, and nobody needs to understand that more than Americans.
This story and more on the next Frontline World.
That's Tuesday at 9 on VPT.
Regeneration premieres Wednesday, April 18th at 7:30 here on VPT.
Portions of our broadcast day are funded in part by the Public Television Association of Quebec and the Canadian viewers and members of VPT, providing support for Vermont Public Television programs that advance education and provide an environment for lifelong learning. Funding for our programming is also provided by other VPT members like you.
Broadcast of Nightly Business Report on Vermont Public Television is supported in part by Standard Radio Montreal's talk, rock, hot radio stations. CJAD 800, CHOM 97.7, Mix 96. By Merchants Bank, offering quality banking and trust services to individuals and businesses since 1849. This program is also supported by contributing members like you.
The Federal Reserve left interest rates unchanged again today, but left investors thinking a rate cut could be in the cards next. We'll detail the decision and analyze its accompanying statement with two noted Fed watchers.
That Fed news unleashed the bulls on Wall Street, and investors ignored the Fed's...
For Karsten to get the aerial photos.
Okay, let's go. Oh, look, you go first.
The team has to hurry because the helicopter must be home before dark and will leave in 15 minutes, whether Karsten is finished or not.
So I just want to remind you, we are pretty short on time.
Karsten makes a dash lakeside for close-ups.
sun. Paddle in the sun, but be quick. Come on.
He's able to take just a few photos before having to leave. But it's enough. Next, a hard drive south takes them to Mutnaskaya volcano, one of the peninsula's most active and dangerous mountains. For Karsten, Mutnaskaya is worth the risk. His crater of toxic fumes offers his best chance to get exceptional photographs. The volcano also cradles a spectacular glacier. Karsten has a rich portrait of life beyond the lava, but he still needs that one, and this is his last chance.
Yeah, we need a gas mask, we need ice axes, we need crampons, we need ropes.
As long as the wind is constant, the toxic fumes will be pushed to one side. That will give Karsten and Frank the opportunity they need to explore. The chemicals being jettisoned coat the surrounding rock with sulfur and carbon. Mutnaskaya is during the last eruption. It drains through the glacier, and the melting hot water has created an unstable ice cave. It's only a matter of time before it collapses, but Karsten and Frank can hear a roar in the distance. They can't resist exploring. The cave ceiling, in some places, is 7 stories high. They move in deeper and deeper until they find an awesome 40-foot acid waterfall. It blocks their path and wreaks havoc with Karsten's equipment.
Nothing is working.
But Karsten must make it work.
We have a hot river underneath the glacier. It's somehow unique in the world. There are only very few places where you can find that in the world. And underneath the glacier, it's hard to believe.
Although his flash units are ruined, Karsten has his photos and a determination to come back and test himself again in this incredible land of fire and ice.
Millions of years ago, crocodiles roamed the earth with dinosaurs. The dinosaurs are long gone. The crocodiles are still with us, in part because of their cunning